All right, here we go with the die roll. It's a 1, I believe. Oh, huge.
Oh.
All right, it looks like Julian wins the die roll and will be going first.
It doesn't get much more real than this. You can feel the tension. A whole season is on the line, and now it's down to this match, down to these 5 cards that we are gonna draw. What is it going to be?
Having a strong think here. Julian going first, shuffling up his hand.
Does he have the all-important Vanquish Soul cards he needs? And yes, it's going to be Vanquish Soul Rosin starting things off. This is where you want to be as a Vanquish Soul duelist.
Yeah, just playing with the emotions a bit there, you know, because when your opponent's like thinking for ages, you think, oh, maybe they don't have the best card in their deck in their opening hand. But indeed he does. I'm looking at that hand. That is an incredible looking hand. I just saw
some good cards.
A hint of it there. I just saw all of the best cards almost for the Vanquish Soul deck.
Yeah, we have mentioned that the Vanquish Soul deck is probably the deck out here that doesn't always, you know, do the same thing. It's the deck that can have the most, you know, diverse openings, but when you see the Rosin, that just changes so much. And you can see here, we're gonna reveal Fire, and then that allows us to special summon the Geolong.
Yeah, Vanquish Soul to some extent is probably one of the more, like, you know, variance-heavy decks depending on the opening hand compared to a deck like Yummy where every card does the same thing, but on the other hand, the ceiling of the deck is just so incredibly high. He's going to get search after search here, getting the double fire thanks to the Rock of the Vanquisher.
Yeah, this is an excellent start for Julian. It's really where you want to be as a Vanquish Soul duelist, with plenty of monsters, plenty of attributes to reveal to activate these effects. He's going to go ahead and add the trap card there off of Xiaolong.
That's an interesting one for sure. And now we also have the Holly Sue available. And
well, that makes sense why you have the trap and not Holly Sue, because he already had everything he needed, right?
Yeah. I mean, we have mentioned that sometimes the K9 struggle to then access. They don't really have a way of accessing the Vanquish Soul, but the other way around is totally possible, and this is what we might see later on during this turn from Julian. Has really everything he needs going first, and we know that Ash Blossom is also going to be in the end to stop some potential play from Yuna.
Yeah, one of my favorite cards, I think, against the K9 deck is Book of Eclipse, but you cannot, well, Book of Eclipse will be checked easily by an Ash Blossom. It's just so versatile of a card.
But what if there's a second Book of Eclipse? But you do see an overlay being happening here. We're going to see something for K9 Ripper.
Yeah, and this is exactly the card that allows you to bridge through these 2 engines if you open the Vanquish Soul cards and look at that. 6 full cards in hand after having already this field.
Gonna add Jokul.
That's exactly what you don't want to see when you're on Yuna's side. So I think there's a time, you know, when your opponent searches a trap, you know you're in a bit of trouble because they've already got everything else they need, but he'll be very, very patient from Yuna. Using the Dominus Impulse now on the Jokul makes a lot of sense. Going to keep 2 level 5s off the field, and not only that, it's a trap and not a monster. So you've activated a card from the hand, but it doesn't trigger all of the K9s.
Yep, and now Yuna will know that the Izuna is also in the hand, so you're going to be able to navigate through that by trying to avoid activating a monster effect in the hand or the graveyard. And with the Malice strategy, especially with those Sky Striker cards, she will be able to do just that.
Yeah, and I think that's pretty much it. As you can see, we're not able to really go for the full line thanks to, you know, Yuna really saving her only interruption. And well, let's see. Obviously, Snow Devil is the main problem here. The Dark Ruler no more, we have talked about, maybe not the greatest against this setup from Julian.
Yeah, and that impulse is really key too, because it also kept Julian from getting that quick play spell, which would give him a lot more interruption and access during Yuna's turn.
So let's see what the first card is going to be. Okay, it seems like a Chessie Cat from Yuna.
I was talking to Yuna after the tournament yesterday, and she was talking about how Chessie Cat is probably the best Malice monster because it's also digging through your deck and getting you to those key cards as well. But Julian is well aware that he is a Malice duelist himself, so he knows that he needs to take care of this Chessie Cat before Yuna is able to draw any cards, and he's going to use Dr. Madlove's effect to return the monster with the lowest defense back to the hand, and that is going to be that Chessie Cat.
But this is a tried and true strategy against Malice. Just clear the monsters off the field as fast as you can.
But there goes that triple tactics trust. We saw Yuna playing a lot of spells, but we knew that Ash Blossom was there. Do we have some more way to push through?
All right, next up is Malice and Underground. That's going to allow Yuna to banish a Malice monster from the deck or graveyard, but nothing in the graveyard so far.
Yeah, this is an important push, but at the same time, the action is not over. We still have the Olysue, we have the Rock, the Vanquisher. We could just special summon back even the Razen possibly, and let's just see.
Swap it out for the Caesar. The trap is still having to be on Yuna's mind.
Yeah.
Gonna add the March Hare back to the hand after it was banished with Malice and Underground.
Yeah, that was an interesting choice there, because there's a Ripper already on the field. But I know it's going to be very tough to break through everything Julian set up anyway, but it just seems odd to go straight into the Ripper
and it's
already.
just a pass.
Devastating here for Yuna in game number 1. Julian opening up with pretty much everything he wanted, and Yuna just not having a lot of steam there.
Yeah, not quite, and now we already knew. I mean, here comes another Impulse, which this time around is going to be able to destroy the Joku, because there is a trap card in graveyard. But the damage is huge.
Yeah, this is going to take a miracle for Yuna to get out of this game with a win.
Yeah, just the 3 cards in hand, 2 of which already known for Julian being 2 Malice monsters, so they're not going to be all that much help here at defending Yuna's life points. She's already used an Impulse, so there's not even a potential Nibiru to worry about. I think Julian can just summon a couple of monsters and get attacking.
And you can kind of see the body language there on Yuna, just not looking like very happy with how this game 1 is going, but you have to understand that it's just game 1. She's going to be able to focus and lock in and bounce back potentially in games 2 and 3.
And Julian just moved to the battle phase, pushing some damage, but might be just able to close this one out in a few moments. It seems like he's going first and was just a bit too strong. Let's see. Now we are going to use the effect to get a special summon.
Yeah, we're going to get a monster from the deck, and that Geelong just revealed can summon itself from the hand. Heavy Borger as well to do some burn damage. So much damage available.
Yeah. And it was definitely, you know, quite the dream opening. I believe once you moved on to this day 2, and indeed that is it. Julian takes game 1 in the first quarterfinal, and that has been an impressive
All right, here we go. Let's see how Yuna is going to begin this game number 2 and try and bounce back. And this time we are seeing the Sky Striker cards.
There is that Hornet drones that she has been using all weekend to play around that Nibiru.
And there's lovely WCS tokens exclusive here to the World Championships.
Oh yeah, they look awesome. And now Sky Striker Ace Kagari is going to come down and add back that Hornet drones.
Yeah, let's see if she keeps on going for this line where she can afford to keep that token hanging around on the field, or if she's forced to use it to just try and combo off.
Yeah, such a nice innovation here from Yuna. You have those Sky Striker cards, they instantly get you 2 bodies on the field. So here comes the Chessy Cat, and regardless of what happens to this Chessy Cat, if it gets negated by Ash or Imperm or something like that, you're still going to already have 3 monsters on the field.
But what if he takes it, Tom? What if he takes it?
Oh wow, do we really have the correct attributes from Julian?
Oh, are we going to see a surge maybe from the
Really?
GS? Or maybe he's got too many fires. I think I did see it.
If he has 2 fires.
Almost a repeat of game 1. Look at this.
Man, and the Ash Blossom, he's going to be able to get the Dark Monster he needs as well if he goes to add Mad Love. And then he's going to be able to take the Chessy Cat.
Wow, look at this. I mean, what an amazing opener. We do have again that Ash Blossom and Joyous Spring in the end, but that all is just so important.
Yeah, who really gets to go first?
Oh, he's going to go for Heavy Borger, another Dark Monster for sure.
Yeah, I mean, maybe you just summon a Razen on the field here and just destroy the Chessy Cat.
I mean, you can even, you know, just access the missing attribute then. with the Rasen if that is the choice. So let's just see.
Well, he could probably have Caesar Valius online too, potentially.
And there goes the Rasen, of course, in the same column as that Chessy Cat. What an opening once more from Julian. And yes, that is the Caesar indeed.
Wow. Incredible start here in game number 2 for Julian. Does Gina have another way to get another Malice Monster onto the field?
I mean, worst case scenario, I guess that Laser Dose might be an option later on. So let's see what she just thinks it's the right line here.
Yeah, I mean, it's such a powerful start for Julian, but the downside is he's revealed basically his whole hand. At this point, you know, we know like Heavy Borger, we know Rasen, we know Ash, we know Caesar Valier. So that's 4 cards, and the last card was Holly Sue, was it? So is that the whole hand now known for Yuna?
Pretty much, and indeed here comes that Lizard Dose, but we are gonna use the Caesar.
Oh, is there maybe another Earth monster? Maybe I've miscounted the number of cards in hand.
Gonna return the Jiao Long to special summon Caesar Valius. Does he have all 3 attributes?
Wow.
1. It's another Holly
It's
Sue.
another Holly Sue, the unknown card. What? And an Ace
that's
Cousin
it.
Handshake.
Wow, Julian with
wow.
picture perfect hands is able to take a quick 2-0 victory.
Here they are indeed, and yes, it is the clash between the Justice Hunters decks.
Yeah, but I think they already did the die roll. I saw Willie kind of touching his chest there, maybe saying, I'll go first. We'll have to see if that is going to be the case here. This is the classic matchup of this format.
I think actually it's a complete whiff from Willie. I don't see any card that he can open with, and yes, indeed, he's only gonna set a couple cards. What an unfortunate opening, and it's a pass back to Shane.
Pretty much any Yummy monster would have been great to open up with, but no Yummies. They're all hiding in the deck. The Crane is gonna have to draw one off the top for Willie to get back into this game, but man, the luck on the Vanquish Soul strategy has been so strong this morning. I mean, this is not what you want to see if you're Willie.
Yeah.
Yeah,
maybe it's my peak influencing them, you know, just jinxing
Marcello's pick is doing well here, but Holly Sue is going to be negated by Infinite and Permanence, and Stake Your Soul coming up next for Shane, revealing Rasen, so he's going to be able to special summon a Fire Vanquish Soul monster from the deck.
What a end again.
This is very tough for Willie here, because again, you play the Yummy deck because you just almost never brick. Any monster will do the job, whereas Vanquish Soul, you need these specific starter cards, and Shane just happily drawing both of them, showing off that Kurikara.
Yeah, in the interview he hinted at a tech card. That is here, Kurikara. Wow, what a choice.
It's going to be striking fear in the hearts of our Lunalight player, that Kurikara, surely.
I imagine he's pretty good in the Vanquish Soul mirror match.
Yeah, and I can confirm he's the only of the 27 players playing the card this weekend, so must have done something right with that. But as you can see, the Vanquish Soul deck just able to access now the K9 Ripper. Is it going to resolve? Do we have something else? We do.
This is good.
But isn't it in the same column as the Impermanence that was set? I think it is, right? So that might be actually a crucial mistake, and I think that is it, no? It is, oof.
Oh.
And that's quite unfortunate from Willie, yeah. And I think that comes with a quick pickup of his cards. And yes, as you can see, a bit disappointed by that start. I mean, and yeah.
To be fair, though, all right, quick handshake here at the start of game number 2. It has to be better this time for Willie, right? It can't be as bad again.
Oof, I got worried for a moment. No, we do.
Okay, we got something?
Yeah, we got the 5th card was a monster.
Okay.
I mean, I was worried there for a moment, but we do get it by that Fuvalos. But we do have at least that Lollipop in end. And let's see if we have an interaction on that Snatchy.
All right, the Snatchy will resolve. He did. At least he opened up with A monsters. The last one you want to open up within the Yummy strategy, but any monster will do.
Yeah, I mean, I wasn't sure because I don't know one of the other 4th cards, but for sure, yeah, I don't think there is much of it.
Oh no,
Holly Sue!
Oh no
Vanquish Soul Holly Sue. Every game of the top 8 so far, there's been a Holly Sue with the correct attributes, a Dark and a Fire, going to be able to summon the Rasen from the deck here underneath the Yummy Snatchy.
There is no way. Again, that Holly Sue. I mean,
Does he have something to stop the special summon from the deck?
He
I do
has,
think Willie
yeah.
has like a triple tactics thrust in his hand too, so it won't just be the end
but I
all
think
to be all.
we're taking control here, you know?
Okay,
Yeah.
gonna take control.
Oh,
instead.
fantastic here.
This is actually gonna work out really well because now he'll be able to grab Obedience School.
Yeah, at the same time though, it will still keep on playing through the Fuvalos, so it's an interesting decision here just on how much do we want to do, but of course that's a great follow-up and it's going to resolve. You can see Shane having a laugh at it. Loved this interview when he said the most important thing is, you know, you don't have an enemy in front of you. It's surely your opponent, but you can still have a chat. You can still have, you know, this nice atmosphere, and you can see both of them smiling and, you know, having a little bit of a chat, and you love to see that.
Yeah, it is fantastic, but going back to the game, it is so tough when you combine a Full-Loss with some more interruptions, because it means you have to give your opponent draws. Those cards just replacing themselves here. The Holly Sue might have been a card out of the hand, but just going to be replaced by more and more cards for Shane.
That's certainly the case. Having the Mulcharmy fall is just not something Willie wanted to see, but he's going to have to continue to play. Looks like the Cupsy Yummy here is going to add Yummy Surprise from the deck to the hand.
Yeah, but at the very least, he will get back the Snatchy, so you don't have to do so much. Snatchy, one of those cards, even if it's stolen from you and comes back in the end phase, it's still a pretty helpful card to have on the field going into your opponent's turn.
He's definitely probably happy he got stolen instead of like lined up to a Rosin or something like that.
It's gonna be a closer one for sure, as mentioned. Obviously, great opener from Shane, but never count Willie out. You taught us that, Bill. And
Yep, even when
see.
things look darkest, you might find a way. This is
I'm trying to
something.
take a look at the end from Shane. And talking of old cards, I've seen one that
Wow.
could be devastating here.
Oh man, I already know what's about to happen.
Oh wow! But
Okay,
still,
in
we're
phase.
not done. Yeah.
Before Willie can end his turn, that is.
Yeah, this is such a tough interaction, because once you play this card, you can't use any of the trap cards that you've just set. So you can get to destroy a couple of them before they could come into play, potentially.
But no, we are gonna use for now this Snatchy to give an additional draw to Shane and go into a Synchro Summon. Because, yeah, otherwise things might have gone a bit messy.
But do we think this is just a bait, maybe? Maybe you just summon it, make your opponent do a Synchro Summon,
Sure.
and then you're going to get to draw an extra card, and you've not really committed much. You've just put your monster on the field.
Yep, this Cupsy Yummy Way is going to allow Willie to add 2 Yummy cards from the deck to the hand, and he'll have to send 1 to the graveyard. Since he has no other cards in his hand, and it's going to be the Lollipo Way,
Yeah.
or Lollipo on its way to the graveyard.
But this means we are still in the main phase, so we could continue if we want to do any of that. Otherwise, it's just going to be a pass back to Shane once more.
Full-Loss just doing so much work here for Shane.
But no, I think we proceed to the end phase, and yeah, that is it. So maybe you're right, just a bit of a bait to get an additional draw from the Fuvalos. And if we enter the main phase, I'm extremely worried for Willie, because I see a spell card in hand, but that's not quite gonna be the case yet. We special summon the Pancratops from end.
Yeah, of course you can. Just remembering there to tidy up the Lollipo Yummy that was summoned by Obedient Schooled. Still, Pancratop's one of those monsters where you don't have to have no monsters, you just have to have a less than your opponent.
Yep,
And there it is, Arpy's Feather Duster on a full field of spell and traps from Willie.
That
Wow.
is tough to see. He's going to chain the Cupsy Way to put it back into the extra deck spell, summon 2 Yummies from the graveyard. Does he have any other cards he wants to chain? It's going to be the Yummy Surprise. Return Snatchy and Cupsy to try and return the Pancratops and the Caesar Valius, but
It just doesn't
you could chain
seem
the
like an
Pancratops to
issue.
destroy the field spell.
You don't need to, right? You could just let
Oh,
it
'cause
go
the
back to your
Duster?
hand.
I guess
maybe.
it doesn't. Oh, he's just going to go after the Snatchy, but then he'll be able to chain it here anyways, as all he was planning.
I have a feeling you could just let it go back to your hand, because your opponent's going to have 2 monsters after all is said and done, because of the...
Yeah, I mean, you can't
might-
special
might be
summon
something.
Pancra, no?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Is it one of those
I'm
ones
pretty
per
sure it
turn?
was only once per turn. Yeah, you can't special summon it again. But I mean, you could do it, I guess, still. But okay, we are gonna be just making use of this droplet, I guess.
Yeah.
Sure. And yeah, this is going to resolve. We change the Snatchy, paying 100 life points yet again to go into another Synchro Monster. Is it going to be just the Lollipop way? I guess so. Long and complicated chain, but at the end, yeah, the Caesar is gonna go, as you can see, back to end. We are gonna special summon back 2 monsters from the graveyard, and then the RP Feather Duster is gonna clean up the rest of this field. Wow.
Yeah, Harpy's Feather Duster, a huge card
Oof.
here. Oh, and they're Dominus cards.
Double Dominus, I mean, Willie might be regretting setting all of them up, but yeah, maybe an unfortunate decision there. And now in a new chain, we are able to, I guess, draw a card, set up the Akruki. Obviously, you want to do it that in the right order, just in case you end up drawing the Akruki. And then we can also special summon back 2 monsters. So again, don't count Willie out just yet. He's gonna have a full field of monsters at the end of this.
Yeah, it just seems like yummy monsters just keep coming no matter what you try and do about it. The Caesar Valius, one key card against the Yummy deck, has already been negated this turn. So, well, as in it's already tried to use one of its effects, so you won't be able to use the destruction effect. Start clearing up more Yummy monsters.
Yeah, that is it. So we resolve the Lollipop way, special summoning back 2 monsters, and then we are gonna get the Akruki plus the draw from the Capsi Yummy. Or are we gonna use a search effect? Maybe. You have the option, I guess.
Willie still has a lot in terms of interaction with the Akruki. He'll be able to pop a card if he synchro summons. He'll be able to put 2 cards face down with Cookie Way.
What do you think of this decision of going for the search instead of trying to draw into another Dominus card, maybe?
I mean, with 2 Dominus Purge cards, yeah, it's a tough call, but I mean, you want to have that follow because the way he loses is if Shane, clears everything that he has set up here this turn. So he's going to want to make sure he has a way to extend from the graveyard on the following turn.
Yeah, it's a close choice. I mean, we saw yesterday that he's playing, the Song of the Dominators, so again, some interesting targets out there. But I mean, I'm sure Willie knows better than we do. And now, though, the play is finally possibly back to Shane.
Yeah, that is a big stack of cards in the hand for Shane. It just so much
Vanquish Soul start. The first one, it's gonna have a nice protection effect from Cookie, possibly, but not quite from Cookie Way, setting, to face down. And
Stake Your Soul is going to allow Shane to reveal a fire, so he'll be able to special summon a Fire Vanquish Soul monster from the deck here.
It's definitely a close one. We still have a lot of interactions, of course. The Krookie can destroy a card. Then you have, at least even the possibility of going for Herald later on. But for now, you can see Willie just taking his time to think about how he could respond to this Razen maybe coming down.
Yeah, there's so much you can chain here with Yummy. You've got the Synchros, you've got the Snatchy. There's a lot going on.
And yeah, here comes Razen in the same column, I believe, as the Snatchy that is not negated, but I'm not quite sure about that. And, okay, apparently not. It was the other one.
Yeah, I was thinking you want to put it in the column with the one that's not negated, but maybe he forgot which one was which. It's a little complicated to remember sometimes.
It's a column match, I guess, this one, right? So, yeah, now Razen will resolve, and then seems like in a new chain we are gonna add 2 cards to our end with that Cupsy Yummy Way. I think he's checking how many monsters he has been using. We saw yesterday he got close winning the duel with that final Yummy monster in deck. So this deck can definitely run out of resources even though you have the recycling field spell effects.
The Jalong is added off the Vanquish Soul Razen.
Yep. Here you can see Capsi Yummy Way. Oh, and we are actually going to use right away the Akruki. Makes sense. Getting rid of that protection from the Vanquish Soul Star, who didn't get a search yet.
And this is the Cup C Yummy Way resolving, adding 2 Yummy cards, and now Willie will have to send a card from his hand to the graveyard.
I don't know. Yeah, I still think maybe, given that most likely we were going to access this Cup C Yummy Way, there was some merit for just trying to get the additional draw for maybe another interaction. But hopefully that doesn't, you know, come back to bite Willie.
Yeah,
Certainly not.
Merit either way for sure, because that Yummy Surprise is such a useful card, because when you go into your opponent's next turn, if you have an empty field, then if you've only got Yummy monsters in your hand, just clearing one does the trick.
But here it seems like we will proceed with Shane, giving again another option of sending a Synchro back, and that is going to be the case. Lollipop Way making its way back to the extra deck, summoning that Cookie, which now is a threat, given that there is not more the protection from the Vanquished Soul start.
Yep, now on a new chain, the Cookie Yummy is going to be able to trigger the effect to destroy a card, and he's going to take down that Vanquished Soul, Holly Sue.
I guess we're going to be chaining the effect, possibly to either special, and I think this is what Shane is thinking about. What effect do we want to use? And yeah, it's going to be Fire and Dark indeed, with the Heavy Burger revealed. Yeah, these games are quite complicated, very different from the previous one. So many decisions, and even just one small, you know, slip up could cost you.
Yep, it's always a very complex game state, even when you have like blowout cards like Harpy's Feather Duster to kind of even things out.
Yeah, it's still looking very uphill for Willie here, because there's just so many cards on the side of Shane. He's going to get all these Vanquish Soul effects. He hasn't even started playing with the canines yet. We can see a Jokel in hand, waiting in the wings, and that's a level 5 monster in hand.
Oh, and we pretty much go for the last, if not almost the last line of defense in this Cookie Yummy Way. We are still resolving the Olisue, and as seen, you know, this Caesar Valius was able to dodge the Cookie. But now, I mean, guess we can try and put couple monster face down, but we know the Heavy Burger is there, so at least one of them will be safe, and we summon a second Heavy Burger from the deck. Many duelists only on 1 copy of the card this weekend, but Shane goes for the 2.
Going to target the Rosin and the Heavy Burger with the Cookie Yummy Way to try and put those monsters face down. And it looks like Shane's going to chain the Heavy Burger effect to reveal a Dark to draw a card.
Oh, but is that it? I guess so.
Oh, they're shuffling. I was like, maybe he's searching for something?
Yeah, it would be interesting if we don't chain anything else to that. Those, you know, both monsters going face down definitely could be a threat, and let's see.
I mean, step 1, Willie needs to survive this turn.
Yeah.
So he'll have to make sure to navigate through the K9 cards if Shane is holding any in his hand.
And yeah, it does resolve. So both monsters going face down, and then we are gonna get a draw, and we still can use, I guess, the Jiolong, and let's see. We still haven't accessed any K9 cards. Close call here from Shane. And yeah, there goes the reveal. Special summon.
There's some good cards in the graveyard.
Yeah, I mean,
just when you're going second.
Pretty good end.
Fawallows, Harvey's Feather Duster, Pankratops.
Yeah, and here comes Jiolong. We might easily have a couple Fire Monsters just to extend our plays further, but no, it seems like we move on to a Link Summon into that Rock of the Vanquisher. Maybe we do need it.
Rock will be able to add back a Vanquished Soul Monster from the graveyard or special summon one from the hand. And this is going to prompt Willie to chain the Cookie Yummy Ways effect to return to the extra deck special summoning back 2 monsters. It looks like he's going to try and Lollipop to go after a card in the graveyard and banish that Caesar Valius.
And that is the Caesar Valius gone for the duel. There's pretty much no way for Vanquish Soul to pick up
So he did use Rocket Extinguisher summoned from hand, which is why he had that opportunity
that
to
makes sense now.
Because if he went from the graveyard, this wouldn't have been able to work out that way.
Yeah, because he would resolve first.
But he wants the 2 level 5s on the field so he can bridge into the K9s.
Yeah, I guess it's still nice to completely cut them off. I mean, if Heavy Burger sometimes is a one-off, Caesar Valles for sure is a one-off. And so that won't really be an option anymore. But as mentioned, we still have a lot going on, and even a Zeus play might be impossible to stop at this point. We are out of interruptions. So let's see.
Just having a good long think.
Crucial moment. You can see just
thinking about Nesh Knight or Ripper.
Really rough decision, and in the end, no, does not go for Ripper. It's the Nash Knight.
So we're probably going to be looking at a big Zeus.
Makes sense to me. I mean, you do know that Yummy Surprise is in the end. At the same time, this looks promising because you get rid of so many resources this way. So let's see. I'm trying to take a look at the end. We haven't really used a lot of our Vanquishal effects for this turn, but yeah, seems like we are just gonna use this Nash Knight.
I'm wondering how much you can just clean up by attacking at some point, because you're gonna take this monster, you've presumably got another monster in hand for the Joe call, so maybe you just do so much from attacking you don't need to bother with a Zeus?
Yeah, could be the case as well. Obviously, not that it matters all that much, but the Akrugi effect, the special summon one from deck, is still potentially active, but does not work if you just destroy them by battle, I guess. And now with the Capsi Yamiway is gone, so that won't be an option next turn, most likely.
Clogging up those zones by the cookie is proving to be quite annoying here, I think, because it's going to stop you extending too much with the K9s.
Yeah, and what can you do? That's the question, because I think at this point we still have, a Heavy Burger that was revealed, and maybe Olisu and Jaco? Maybe Jaco can help a lot. Yeah, it's going to be the Jaco, yeah.
Absolutely incredible. This is why he decided not to go into the Ripper. He already had the Jokel to get 2 level 5s on the field. The Jokel's going to be able to add a K9 spell. Or a monster going to get Lantern.
Yeah, there's still so much in the tank with the K9s. Yeah, the only real limiting factor here, it looks like, is the space on the field. There's 2 face downs, Link monster already gone. Although having said that, you can of course use the rock at some point to go into the Vanquished Soul rocks.
But yeah, this is starting to be a little tight, and not sure what we can access. We also obviously have not really used an effect from Willy to use that Reaper secondary effect to access the Force Release. But for now, we will upgrade our Nash Knight, and this is something that we have seen our duelist this weekend do with this.
The Chaos Honor Arc is going to add another material, being able to take a special summon monster from Willy's side of the field.
And I mean, this is impressive. We can clear the rest and then make potentially, one big Zeus still. And I think, yeah, that is it. So we just move to the battle phase, clear everything, or almost everything. So I don't think, you have enough.
How many materials can you make under this Zeus? That's a Link summon. Are we just going to go for the classic SP banish minion? Because then it just becomes so hard once you banish this card for the Yummy deck to out anything. And as you were mentioning before, Marcello, he might be running out of Yummy monsters in the main deck, and that field spell was a fantastic way to get some back. But now it's banished, you'd somehow have to get your other field spell into the graveyard, which is easier said than done.
Yeah, I mean, I guess the problem with Zeus is like there's always the potential for something like an infinite impermanence plus follow-up to be able to play through it no matter how many materials would be under the Zeus. That could be why Shane decided just to deal with that field spell, because yeah, as you mentioned, it's tough to do damage without it.
Was he still not normal summoned?
Nope.
That is amazing. Wow.
He's going to tribute summon for Lantern.
Yeah, I was just thinking whether it wasn't, you know, also, I mean, I guess the rock is relevant, but you could have also gone for the overlay over the rock, you know, to just summon the Vanquish All Rocks and then use the Vanquish All Rocks to go into SP, and that way keep the, you know, huge Zeus around. That I guess was an option, but this is also quite premium, of course, and
gonna have the Valon also, which is able to turn a monster face down.
Yeah. Here it's where it's extremely relevant to count, and exactly I think that's what he's doing. I see 3, 4, 5 maybe monsters, because you know the maximum is 9 Yami monsters, and the Akruki secondary effect can only special summon from deck, so that become extremely relevant at some point.
In here, returning the favor of setting his opponent's cards.
Interesting.
Maybe he just wants a material in the grave.
Yeah, I guess you might wanna return the Olisu back with the rock. But yeah, Willie says, are you done? And yeah, we are indeed. So we go back to Willie for this turn. He's also gonna have a look at his graveyard, check how many resources are left. That's, yeah, around, I believe, 5 or 4 Yami monsters in the graveyard plus 1 face down.
It becomes such an uphill battle at this point for the Yummy deck. Once you've used all of those, well, once your field spell is banished now, all of your monsters are suddenly so small. Like you just lose the ability to attack almost. And the rock also makes it so you can only attack the highest attack monster while you control a Vanquish Soul. So currently no Vanquish Souls on the field for Shane. I'm not actually sure if he can get any on the field, so maybe the rock's protection effect not all that helpful.
Alright, Yummy Surprise is going to special summon back Cupsy Yummy Way from the graveyard. So if Shane has any activations that will let Willie get a couple monsters on the field, he's going to flip summon Lollipo away. Sorry, Lollipo Yummy.
And gonna access, I think, the last Snatchy in the extra deck at the moment. And yeah, look at this. We have a couple monsters in the end. And 3 cards in total. And there it goes. Yeah, the Cookie.
Special summon Cookie.
Is this going to be the Lollipo way? Or are we gonna go for some more interesting options in our extra deck?
He's thinking about Cookie Way.
Yeah.
Nope.
And yeah, it is that Lollipop Yummy way in the end. Bringing back 2 cards. And then activating the Rookie secondary effect to get rid of that Valon now that we are pretty much out of monsters that are gonna be put face down, since we can just chain the Synchros. And yeah, I think it's better not to use it at all. Good catch from Shane, and well, it's an interesting spot, and I do agree with that. Never count Willie out.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah,
but it's going to be tough with that field spell being banished. So it was a heads-up play there from Shane, taking care of Mignon.
Ooh,
another Synchro summon.
Now it's a level 3 Synchro. The first of this match. Is it the Star Beast?
The Starham.
Yeah, Starham is going to be on the field. It has been summoned plenty of times throughout the duel by Willie in the previous rounds we've seen him in. And I think, yeah, Shane is just asking for some clarification there on the effect. Discarding a card to special summon one of those materials.
Yeah, it's often a good tool under Obedience Schooled, because it's another beast you can synchro summon into that sets you up very nicely for a Herald of the Arclight on your opponent's next turn. But in this case, just summoning it.
And also, yeah, this is the bonus effect. Sometimes you use it for that, but since technically the Cookie is considered a special summon still by the effect of a Synchro Monster, you get the bonus effects, and in this case we are trying to destroy the SP Little Knight with our Cookie Yummy.
And if you change the SP Little Knight, that'll allow the Cupsy Yummy Way to return to the extra deck to special summon 2 more monsters to the field.
Yeah.
But he wants to get that Star Ham off the field because it does kind of threaten Herald of the Arclight, but yep, he's going to chain the Cupsy Way, and then Chain will chain the Rock of the Vanquisher here.
Yeah, what a match and what a game this has been. I'm extremely glad that we do not have any time limit, because it would be a shame, you know, to just end up short of such an amazing clash. What an area of plays from both.
Definitely a Yummy Snatchy and a Lollipo Yummy coming back to the field. The Star Ham is going to be banished alongside the SP Little Knight. The Vanquished Soul Rosin was added back to the hand from the graveyard. Chain looking to have that fire attribute plus some follow-up on his next turn.
I'm wondering if there was any. Can you banish your face down with SP? Or not? Yeah.
No, I don't. With the banishing effect?
Yeah, I was wondering if you want to banish like your own.
Well, with this, on summon effect for sure. Let me take a look. Nope, 2 face-up monsters.
2 face-ups. Oh, if your Yummy monsters don't have any attack points, how about you just take your opponents?
Triple Tactics Talent. Going to reveal the hand. He's doing one at a time. It's Heavy Borger, Rosin, and Pot of Prosperity. I told you, never count Willie out. When things look grim, he finds a way sometimes. He locks in.
Yeah, that must have been the draw 4 turn there.
Absolutely, but this still looks quite good, because as mentioned, there is no Vanquished Soul Monster to make use of that redirection effect from the Rock of the Vanquisher at the moment, and there won't be any. So I guess, yeah, we just send the Rosin back, force our opponent to use that Pot of Prosperity to cut them off those Heavy Burger throws. And now we're back into contention. We have not used our Heralds at all, and we'll get back the Star Ham at the end of the turn, so still free to do quite a bit.
And it's kind of advantageous with the Yummy player, because if you have the Star Ham, you can Synchro on your opponent's turn to still make Herald of Arclight.
Yep.
But it was a really heads-up play there from Shane, potentially getting rid of that field spell to make sure that the damage would not be there for Willie, so he would be buying himself another turn. But I do wonder if that Zeus would have paid off.
Might have made a big difference, I feel like, because we still could have ended up with SP plus the Zeus, and I don't know if there was much of a way out of it.
It would have had to been like an Infinite Impermanence plus Extenders past. Well, he would have the Infinite Impermanence plus Yummy Surprise, but he would have to force out the Zeus to begin with.
Indeed. And
but neither here nor there. We're here now.
Now, let's see. So we have used quite a bit of our interruptions already, but I mean, worst case scenario, we can just attack over this rock and then plan out things. We are gonna have a bit of disruption during the next turn with the Akruki once more.
And you do wonder, though, I mean, the Akroki is pretty much one of the last pieces of interaction that Willie has. And he's going to start to run out of Yummy cards in the deck. He's gone through 2 surprises. Unless the Akroki hits the graveyard, he can't start recycling things.
No, but we can also upgrade, I guess, to your favorite card, Tom, the way to beat the Lunalight deck, no?
Here it is. Say the name, Marshall.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be a bit of a challenge. Ukano no Mitsune no Onari, maybe. That wasn't too bad. But yeah, it's I mean, it's the Link Chew, of course, that allows you to set back those Yummy surprises. So we could make use of that powerful effect later on.
So we see a Synchro Summon for Cookie, so it can attack over the set Heavy Borger. Yummy Snatch is going to attack with its powerful 100 attack points over Rock of the Vanquisher, 0 attack points. And then Cookie's going to get in there for a little bit of damage as well, but not as big of Yummy monsters as we're used to seeing without access to that original field spell. Mignon.
And no, instead we do not go back to the Yummy surprise. It's just a pass from Willie. And now let's take a look. It's a crucial draw.
Not a good one. Could be helpful, but he's going to need more cards to go alongside it.
I mean, it's going to come down to this pot, I believe, but at the same time, it's not going to be the easiest, because every time you need to activate a card, you know, with the Yummy deck is just going to get more and more advantage through to those synchros.
Yeah, the synchros never really stop. They keep returning to the extra deck, keep summoning back monsters from the graveyard. Then you can synchro with those monsters and summon back the synchros again. Right now, he is threatening like a Herald of Arclight. He can summon the cookie to put a monster face down. He has the destruction effect from the field spell. He has the destruction effect from summoning back a cookie yummy from the graveyard.
And we also have only 8 cards in our extra deck from Shane, so
you have to go for 6.
Yeah.
You have to wonder what you need at this point, because there's just so much on the side of Willy.
It's easier to pick just 2, and then the other 6 are the ones you're going to go with.
I guess maybe you keep the Zeus and just any rank 5.
Zeus and Ripper.
But then you don't have Rock. You know, it's definitely a tough call. So I guess could be right. Yeah, it's definitely a tough decision.
He just needs to hit that all-important Cosmic Cyclone and then both field spells.
He's just going to go 3.
No,
he's decided he can't win with just 1. It's going to chain the cookie Yummy way to return it to the extra deck, special summoning back Yummy, Snatchy, and probably a cookie. Nope, it's going to be a Cupsy to draw a card, maybe.
Yeah.
He's contemplating. Yep, it's going to be Cupsy, Yummy, and he's for sure going to draw a card this time. Okay, Kurikara.
Oh my goodness.
That's going to have to be the Kurikara. The other 2 are useless, but the Kurikara kind of presents an interesting scenario for this game.
Like, you have to show it to your opponent. Like, imagine if he hadn't shown that to his opponent. There'd be everything would have activated.
Yeah, but you can play around this with the Yummy deck, I guess, because you can still activate, get a draw, but then if you use the Snatchy to just synchro, then that works.
Kurikara will just tribute off all the monsters.
Yeah. About those you don't use. So.
Oh, exactly.
Yeah.
So much easier to play around it once you've already seen it, isn't it, though?
Yeah. But that's what I'm saying. As you can see here, you can just draw and then activate the Snatchy to just synchro off, and that does it. And let's see.
SP Little Knight is still on Shane's side of the field. But yeah, Shane's hand is just Kurikara, Lupus, and Heavy Borger.
Yeah, and Willy knows about the Borger and the Kurikara, so he knows that the one interaction has to be absolutely amazing. And yeah, as you can see here, we can just use this Akruki to force out the SP.
And then if he targets either... Doesn't matter really what he targets, because he'll be able to use the Snatchy to synchro the monsters off the field.
And it's pretty much over, because then you go into Herald, and then the last card is in check, so
he's going to chain the synchro, chain Yummy, Snatchy. He's going to be able to synchro away.
And that's it.
The Star
As
Ham
mentioned, this
and the cookie. Shane can see the writings on the wall. He really needed to go for the 6 off of that Pot of Prosperity. The first 3 didn't get him anything he really needed. The Snatchy's still on the field, so he might be able to summon the Kurikara from the hand still, but
I mean, you can use it again, possibly here, so it never really stops, because it's not a once per turn effect.
True.
So, as you can see here, interestingly enough, we go for another Snatchy, but the SP gets destroyed by the Akruki, and now in a new chain, we can use the Snatchy to get into another synchro, and pretty much it's checkmate.
Yeah, because you have to get off the field before the Kurikara can just tribute it off, since it would just be summoning itself instead of an activated effect. But what does he want to make? It would probably be the Lollipop Wave's in the graveyard.
I mean, you could always just let him summon it, right? Because you can then just summon the Cookie Way
and then destroy it
afterwards and just set it, right? But yeah, because it would only be tributing one.
Yeah, one Snatchy.
And then it's just out of the hand for good.
Is he going to concede?
Is it? Yeah, it seems like that has been it. So Shane picks up.
All right, one more handshake here in our top 8 match, our second quarterfinal matchup. Will it be Yummy? Will it be Vanquished Soul K9? Oops.
Yeah.
Accidentally flipped over a card there as he was drawing his hand. That happens sometimes.
Well, I mean, that's a good card to see, really, for Willy. He's not seen it the last 2 games. It's showing Shane that the card probably not that fantastic. I can't imagine how much it changes what you do, but let's see what cards do.
Yeah, as you can see here, Shane will be going first for the first time in this match. Obviously want to see the Rasen. We have seen some of the consistency cards. And I think in the meantime, they're gonna set up and get their ends ready. As mentioned, the last 5 cards drawn for one of these duelists. There goes the handshake. And we can start this final game. Do we have again the Rasen? Do we have Hollysu going for us? There are some interruptions from Willie, I can tell you that much. It won't be the easiest game for Shane.
Yeah, but Stake Your Soul revealing Ash Blossom, not a bad start. But yeah, Willie definitely has a decent hand that looks better than the hands he drew the first 2 games. But Songs of the Dominators is going to be activated to add a Dominus card and negate the effect of that Vanquished Soul Rasen on the field.
Yeah, we don't quite have a trap card in the graveyard, so we are just going to pretty much use it as kind of an impermanence.
But the downside of Songs of the Dominators, it does add a card from your deck to the hand. So here comes Ash Blossom negating Songs of the Dominators. Is there a limit to what Ash Blossom can do? It negates seemingly every other hand trap in existence.
Yeah, I mean, even though, as mentioned, there was no trap card, it still includes, you know, an effect that potentially can search, and so Ash Blossom and Joyous Spring can negate it. And do we have something else going on from Willie, or is this going to be uninterrupted? And we have seen just how much the deck can do, and you know, just that Snow Devil is so crucial in setting up, you know, interruptions in the form of both monsters and traps, which is where any deck struggles to deal with.
That's very true. Shane's going to link summon Rock of the Vanquisher, sending Dr. Madlow to the graveyard, and then that Rock of the Vanquisher is going to add it right back to the hand, followed up by a reinforcement of the army here from Shane. So plenty of ways to access his Vanquished Soul Rasen here in the opening hand.
Yeah, that's definitely an interesting choice. You know, maybe trying to play around Roll and Lock Bird, I can assume. Not starting off with that reinforcement of the army. But now I think we are just going to ask some clarification on the additional effect and the rest of the end. It's interesting. We have drawn into the unfortunate part of the K9 engine, I'd say, but...
Yeah, Lupus, one of the tougher cards because you cannot just normal summon it, unlike all of the other ones. If your opponent has more than 2 cards in hand, it just doesn't have that effect. So you have to rely on your opponent to use a monster effect in the hand, but is it even possible for him to use a monster effect in the hand? No, it is not. He's just used Songs of the Dominators.
Yeah, I think maybe they are debating whether with the Ash Blossom, you know, possibly that go back to the match. So now we have used the Hollysu, and thanks to that we can special summon that Jiao Long. And I believe we do have a right amount of attributes in the end. So let's see what Shane is gonna go for. Do we access the K9s? That is the question. We have not normal summoned yet.
Yeah, it's still got that Rasen, still got that Thrust. Not going to be particularly helpful. But is there a way to get to a Dark? Oh yeah, there's the Mad Love already. So all the attributes are there. You are correct.
I guess, what do you even play around? That's the question from Shane, I guess. You don't really know what, you know, Willie has been on in terms of interruptions, and it will be interesting because he pretty much has everything at his disposal at this point.
Yeah, there is the Dominus Purge, but that's something you feel like may have been used on the field spell or something if it was there. So maybe for this turn, he's kind of got that play button face up for him as well, and can just pretty much do whatever he wants to do. But yeah, he's got to figure out what is the best way to end the turn. Do you end maybe with that forced release in the spell and trap card zone? Do you end with the Vanquished Soul trap?
Indeed. We go for K9 Ripper to add. Probably a Jokel or a Lantern. It's going to be Jokel.
Yeah, I mean, Jokel can get you there afterwards. As seen, we do have the Lupus in hand, and now we can get the Lantern, possibly. And yeah, that makes so much sense. Still so much that he can do.
You just got to figure out how to get K9 into the graveyard so you can activate the Lantern.
But I mean, we have not normal summon, right?
Yeah, I think then you have to special it though if you want the effect.
Nope.
Nope, it'll just have the untargetable effect. Going to go into number C104, Umbral Horror. It's a very powerful card. Going to be able to banish cards, negate monster effects, have life points. It's going to be something Willie's going to have to deal with.
Yeah.
He's also going to access the quick play spell Forced Release, and that will allow the Ripper to be upgraded into a much more powerful K9 Xyz monster and werewolf.
Yeah, so many interruptions here. There is a card in the hand for Willie in the form of Lightning Storm. So are things going in defense? The Valon is going in defense, but other monsters are in attack mode. One of those habits, do you put monsters in defense? I mean, I always like putting monsters in attack if they have more attack, but
Yeah.
Lightning Storm is a card you have to worry about maybe.
But regardless what an opener this is from Shane, absolutely amazing. One of the strongest fields from the K9 Vanquish Soul deck we have seen, if not the strongest, all weekend long. And it seems like in just a few moments the play will be back to Willie, who needs a miracle once again, always with, you know, the back against the wall, but never count him out. So
It's never easy.
He's got that Obedience School, he's got that Lightning Storm.
And yeah, in the end, we are gonna get back to Razin to end as it was summoned from the Stake Your Soul. And I think the play is over. So let's take a look at this 5-card and a lot to play with. As Thomas mentioned, we might be seeing this Lightning Storm.
And he's probably going to go after the monsters. You have to get that Umbral Horror off the field.
Yeah, that would.
It can't be destroyed, right? It doesn't have like built-in protection or anything like that. I don't think so.
No.
Okay.
And well, as you can see here, we are pretty much forced to chain this force release, if that is the case. But yeah.
Is he just going to go into Hound? We saw it yesterday where the Hound just stayed there and got stronger. He's going to try and use Rock of the Vanquisher, and it's going to be met by Song of the Dominators. And there is a trap card in the graveyard now.
Absolutely there is, and look at this, trying to break this field quite effectively.
Can't always just summon a werewolf and put it in defense mode.
Oh yeah, that's true.
And yeah, we do get access to this Dominus Purge, and then we resolve everything, but we only have this werewolf, this Balon, and wow, okay.
No, Obedient School is going to force out the effect of werewolf to basically light force sword a card out of Willie's hand.
But this might pretty much be it from Shane in terms of interruptions. Like that Balon surely is good.
I've seen this pose here from Willie before. He sits with his hands clasped.
Yeah.
He knows that he's already in a good position. The Yummy Surprise is going to be banished until the end phase. And the Obedient Schooled is going to resolve, special summoning 3 Yummy monsters from the deck. The Valen can still put a monster face down.
Yeah, but like, I mean, it might be good against other starters, but not quite against Obedient Schooling.
Obedient School, just one of the strongest spell cards in the game right now. Cupsy Yummy is going to be sent to the graveyard for the link summon of Yummy Snatchy.
Yeah, look at Shade. I mean, he's laughing it off. Always a good, sportsmanship from him. But this is going to be a rough one. What an opener he had. Still really finding those lines to make it through.
Yeah, I mean, what does the Valon even do right now when you have a Snatchy on the field that can chain, it can synchro with anything you try and target? Oh, it's so tough.
And yeah, we might have discarded a surprise, but the second one might just be in deck. So yeah, there it is.
Another copy. It was his 2 copies of Yummy Surprise was key in his victory in the last round yesterday and making a huge difference here in Game 3 of the second quarter final match.
Yeah, he's so close now.
He just needs to not fumble it.
I mean, you could even just use the bounce, I think, and that would do it. But I guess you can play it also safe in a different way, no?
Yeah, I mean, is there even any need? You can just make a cookie way, set both of those monsters, that forces it out immediately. There's just so many different lines for Willy available.
Just goes into Cups the Yummy way first to add a couple of Yummy cards in the deck to the hand. That field spell is going to give all the Yummy monsters 500 attack each for each light beast on the field. Exponential growth for these tiny little monsters.
Indeed, and as we've seen plenty of times before, just so many effects that you can use with the Yummy Surprise. You can use it, you know, offensively, defensively, and the Yummy deck sure is good at going first and setting up, but as you have mentioned, that Mignon just makes it so easy to go for game right away. Even here, you can see everyone is boosted by 2500 attack. That's absurd.
Yeah, could we just... I mean, there's just so many different ways to do it. He's just got to make sure he's not going to play into anything from the hand, any potential Nibiru's, anything like that.
Yep.
Doing some math, running some numbers.
Oh, yeah.
He's probably going to go into like a Lollipo way here at some point.
Sure enough, and I guess they are just going to go through which effects are no, we just battle phase.
Attacks over the Valon.
Doing the math here. Is it enough to just bring back one more Yummy monster?
It is.
I think it is. There's so much
it is enough
damage.
If you just go and both, you know, activate the Yummy Surprise to bring something back, yes, that's 4 monsters that can attack each boosted by 2000, and that is it.
All right, here we go. The all-important die roll before the duel starts. It's a 4 from Felipe. Not bad.
Definitely not bad. And it's a 2 from Tom. Huge.
This is
huge.
This is really huge for this matchup because of, you know, the Yummy strategies going second. Games 1 and 3 against Luna Lighted will be absolutely tough. But now Felipe has a chance to set up a turn 1 field that will prevent a Liger Dancer from coming out. But on the same side, Luna Light is a strategy we've seen that main decks cards like Heavy Polymerization. So tools for going first, tools for going second. Felipe is going to start off with a Cookie Yummy.
Yeah, one thing that you really want when you're the Yummy deck going first, especially against a deck like Luna Light, which wants to fusion summon, is that Herald. Herald's such a powerful card. It not only negates, well, one thing that you want, negate anything you like, but also has this effect: cards sent from the hand or grave, cards sent from the hand or deck to grave get banished instead, which can be very, very powerful.
But already an unfortunate pickup from Felipe, forced to activate the Mignon from end, not from deck. So, you know, always a bad feeling back in the day from, you know, those Salamangreat deck with the Sanctuary. And I mean, there has been a few also with, you know, Dragon Link decks back in the past. But, I mean, not as bad when you draw the Mignon, I guess. But, yeah, he's going to have to rely instead. And now, what card is he going to give up? He's having a big think, and it's going to be a Forbidden Droplet.
Wow.
Interesting.
That is an interesting one to see for sure. The Cupsy Yummy Way is now going to be sent to the graveyard for a Link summon for Yummy Snatchy.
That's an interesting line for sure.
Yeah, it was perhaps a bit of a rough start, because if you just had a few more Yummy monsters and you didn't need to use the field spell, you could always just discard it and then recycle it.
Yeah, and I guess this is the bonus of not having to use the Snatchy. We can get instantly this Akruki during our own turn and then play around a potential Nibiru from Tom.
Very well insulated here from Nibiru. Also going to have it in play for next turn as just one more way for interruptions. Yummy is one of those decks where you just have a sort of 1,000 cuts. You negate them, you destroy something here, you shuffle something back into the deck there. It just does a little bit of everything and never seems to run out of monsters itself.
Yep, and now we're going to see a Synchro Summon with the Yummy Snatchy and the Cups Yummy for a Lollipo Yummy Way. The special summon back 2 Yummy monsters from the graveyard. So it's going to bring back that Cupsy Yummy Way and Cupsy Yummy. Then they're going to be immediately sent right back to the graveyard from which they came for another summon here for Martial Metal Marcher.
Yep, we haven't seen it at all in the previous match with Willy, preferring, you know, that Star but now we are gonna go into it, and here comes the card you have been talking about, Tom, that Weird Herald of the Arc Light.
Yeah, this is definitely one of those cards that kind of shapes the meta around it, because there are so many decks where it's just such a problem and you really have to have a card in hand to deal with it. And I think it is the same for Loon. Like, I don't think you can just play your normal strategy while Herald is in play, so it's going to have a plan to deal with that.
And I mean, we have seen that Dark Ruler no more from Tom in the previous rounds. That would definitely be an extremely good card to see here. So, can he find it off the top?
The one thing about this matchup that's a little tough, I mean, there's a lot of things going against Yummy, against Luna Light, but one of the main interactions is that Cookie Yummy way, being able to flip multiple monsters face down on the opponent's side of the field. But against fusion strategies, we've been talking about it, you can still fuse away monsters from the field, so it's not as game-ending as it is against some of these other decks that really need to use the monsters for link summoning.
Indeed. And we might just be done here. We have a couple of Yummy surprise in the end. And yeah, it seems like we're just gonna shuffle back some resources. Interesting to shuffle back the Synchro, I feel like. Usually you might want to keep a second Synchro in the graveyard, but I guess he feels insulated enough. So we're just gonna set a couple cards back, and it's gonna be the full end. Yeah,
a little more than a couple. We have 3 face downs, everything remaining on the field.
Wow.
It's gonna come down to how Tom's deck is built for going second here in game number 1. You mentioned he does include a lot of key cards that are strong against the Yummy matchup.
Absolutely. We have seen cards like Book of Eclipse and Dark Ruler no more. Do we have any of them, or is it going to be that heavy polymerization once more?
Yeah, Dark Ruler, an even better card than Book of Eclipse. So we're going to start with the Book of Eclipse, and it is a perfect answer to this Herald of the Arc Light here. Pretty much have to chain it, because it's just going to get set if you don't, along with the rest of your Yummy field.
So definitely a solid start here for Tom.
Definitely. You needed to. And as mentioned here, you go for the Herald.
Looks like Tom is considered chaining. Maybe he has something like Called by the Grave.
Yeah, we have seen him draw it twice already on stream, to be fair. So wouldn't be the first time. And again,
Called by the Grave to negate the Herald of the Arc Light, which is going to mean this Lollipop is going to go face down. But oh no, he's going to chain it to return it to the extra deck, of course. But the monsters he's going to bring out are going to go face down, except for the Yummy Snatchy, since it's a link monster. So he's going to have to utilize this Yummy Surprise probably to bring back a monster from the graveyard here this turn.
Yeah, interesting choice there from Tom, because I'm wondering if maybe the Call by the Grave is more valuable on something like a Snatchy in the grave instead of just a chance to. He's effectively used it to set one monster here, right? So it's not done all that much once the Herald is already off the field.
Fair enough. At the same time, I guess it's close. He does know that there is at least one Yummy Surprise there, so you could always chain it then on the Snatchy, and instead we are gonna use it right away here, I guess, and then accessing a Synchro Summon. This way, you know, our Capsi is gonna get us a card. I think, again, it's an interesting decision here whether you really want to use the effect to add or to draw later on, but we're just gonna get to add the Lollipop.
Yeah, I think a Lollipop in the hand is worth 2 in the somewhere else. I don't know. 2 in the deck.
Yeah, I don't know. I think this is always an interesting. I mean, even here you're not really forced to use the Capsi. You could just not use the effect, go into a Synchro, and then you know, summon it back and draw a card later on. But I mean, we'll see. We are prioritizing consistency, and I can get behind that. But I think Ash Blossom could be devastating against you know, Tom, especially now that he's out of Called by the Grave and with only 4 cards in hand.
True, and it looks like Felipe is going to immediately use one of these Yummy Snatchies to Synchro Summon, so we'll have maybe a Cupsy Yummy way to add some more cards to the hand here, and then send that Lollipop that he added. But he wants to have a Synchro on the field, so he'll be able to chain it to tag out to bring back the Yummy Snatchy again. But he's going for Lollipop away right away. Makes a lot of sense.
Indeed. And here there is an interesting question of, I mean, might not be the case here, but technically you could still go into another Herald, and although you can't use the effect to negate, the effect to banish still works, right?
Yep.
So
that is looking like what Felipe is considering. He's going to the Starham, using the Starham's effect to discard that Lollipop to special summon back a Cookie Yummy, and then the Cookie Yummy is going to be synchro summoned alongside that the Starham.
Yeah, that's one of the hardest working Yummy Snatchies that we've seen for a while. It's just performed 3 synchro summons in a row.
And it's going to do another one too at some point.
Needs a rest.
Was trying to bring up, Kobarograph.
I think you're right, Marcel. Obviously, the activated effects
Yeah, but
are
now
negated.
actually, I
negated,
read
right?
it. No, yeah, because I read it and I thought it said only activated effects, but actually
No.
it's activated effects and effects on the field.
Yeah, so it's doing nothing on.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I was also, going by memory and thinking it's only the activated effects, but no, I'm pretty sure it does nothing here. Yeah.
Interesting. Maybe a slight misstep there, but we're gonna have to see how it's gonna play out. As Tom is going to activate Fire Formation Tinky to add a Beast Warrior from the deck to the hand. There's a lot of them in the Lunalight strategy. Tri-Brigade Fractal is also a card.
Yeah, I mean, there was no reaction from Tom when he made it, but I don't know how much of a poker face he has
Yeah.
with regards to
grab
this.
Lunalight Gold Leo.
Waiting for the sort of victorious, no, it's negated. You try and activate a Fractal or something, and then...
All right, Infinite Permanence. This is huge on the Gold Leo.
Indeed.
Because Gold Leo has 2 effects. On summon, you can add a Lunalight monster and then send a card from your hand to the graveyard. But also, the second effect is if a Lunalight is sent to the graveyard, you can add a Lunalight back to your hand. Cutting both of those effects off is huge.
Such a good card, and now it seems like Felipe is gonna have a moment to think whether he wants to use this Snatchy and a Crookie here right away. Might be a bit early, but let's see.
Yeah, it might be that it's the battle phase or something like that, because, I mean, there's basically nothing you can do with the Leo by itself.
Yeah, but the question is always how much experience do these duelists have against the deck? And, I mean, in the interview, Felipe did mention that the Lunalight cards kind of escaped him in the preparation for this event, given that, the deck is not that popular over here in the TCG. And, I mean, Tom might make advantage of it.
Also worth it, I guess, just getting a monster off the field, and that way it can't be used as a fusion material. Because the destruction of a Crocky, you can't use it as a sort of quick effect. You do have to wait and trigger something else,
Oh.
but that is just the game.
Wow, I mean, that's something we... Nice handshake there, and question is going to be, can Tom find his engine? And I see a lot of disruption from Felipe.
Yeah, showing his hand to the camera there, and what a hand it is. Everything and a Furlos on top, so let's see how Tom can play into the Furlos.
I do see a Fire Formation Tanky, which is a great way to access the engine. But we start with the Foolish Burial. Amazing, amazing extender card.
Yep, being able to send Lunalight, Silver Hound will be great, but Felipe has that Mulcharmy Fallout that's pretty strong against Lunalight. They special summon from the deck and extra deck.
A lot.
And that is what we might be seeing here.
Wondering if the plan under Furlos is simply just to go full steam ahead and make your Tiger a Liger Dancer anyway, because at the end of the day, it doesn't matter how many cards they have if they can't answer the Liger Dancer. And to be fair, the Yummy deck is one of those decks where it doesn't really matter how many cards they have.
But we do
it
not
does the same
go
thing.
for Uvalos. Interesting. We do
Ash
not.
Blossom.
Yeah.
Fire Formation Tinky met by Dominus Purge.
We just want to try and stop Tom completely, not using the Mulcharmy, but trying to just end the turn, and we might have been successful at it. Wow.
Just sets a card face down. We were talking about Field Breakers not great, but those hand interactions absolutely punishing against the Lunalight strategy.
Yeah, Dominance Purge just showing its power there, a very powerful hand trap. Players just having a little discussion about something, but yeah, of course, Dominance Purge, you have to use it after Ash Blossom and Joyous Spring, as everyone knows, but something you don't want to accidentally get wrong, because it would stop you from using Ash Blossom afterwards.
And those Dominance cards are
they're
actually trap cards you can use from the hand, so it makes a
Wow,
lot of sense.
and a Sky Striker Engage. Oh, wow.
Felipe off to a great start in here in game number 2.
Yeah, you can see Tom debating about this. Could he really have, maybe an Ash of his own? No, he's gonna allow it. So Hornet Drones most likely gonna be added to the end of Felipe. And again, a player sneaking in with that 4-3 record that is looking to take out a top seed.
Yeah, is Tom going to return the favor with the Dominus Purge maybe after getting it? Oh, sorry, Dominus Impulse. I'm always going to get those the wrong way around.
It's a 50-50. But Engage adding the Hornet Drones, you kind of look at the face there on Tom, not happy, but trying to stay focused and locked in. He knows this could be his potential last game of the tournament, but off to just a brutal start here.
He has just got that one starter, Felipe, so if there was a Dominus Impulse or something to deal with this Hornet Drones, that would be the turn pass. And it makes you wonder, when your hand has only got one engine piece, would you not start with that full loss in future?
It's definitely a tough call here. And there is still another card in hand, which I'm not quite sure, outside of that, what those could be. But for now, yeah, we are just gonna use this Hornet Drones. No response.
Drones is a fantastic card, but not starting with Yummy Monsters does mean you are a little bit more soft to negations, because there's no way to, for example, tag out if your Yummy Synchro gets interrupted.
But no effect.
Oh, he used the...
yeah, he can't use the effect because of the Dominus. It's a fire monster.
True. Now he's going to normal summon Little Charmy Fualos.
Wow.
Where does this get you? The Yummy Synchros are not level 5.
Because I think then wasn't the play to maybe go into Almirage and then Hornet Drones?
Does he even run Almirage?
I mean, some do, but...
He's attacking!
Wow! He's just attacking. Is that just gonna be maybe an SP? Is that it? Because I mean,
he doesn't use Almirage.
He doesn't. Oh,
wow.
That explains it. So actually, it looked as if that was a combo, but not even then. We might just be passing after this SP.
Going after the face down, or he could be going after the Silver Hound of the Grave, but I don't think so. He's going to go after the missing card.
But
the Dominus Purge.
Oh wow! I mean, great catch by Tom, and of course you can't use it. They come at a heavy cost, and
I think you touched on it, Tom. Just not the Tom that's playing, but the Tom sitting next to me. Maybe he would have wanted to use that Fualos with not having any Yummy cards in the hand, because he's not really able to get anywhere with all these amounts of disruption.
Yeah, because that Purge just shut off his own starter there. It's been so damaging to his turn. No Kagari, no SP Little Knight. He'd have been better off activating an Impulse himself, Yeah,
and I mean, Tom, you cannot count him out. He's going to have another turn, another way to get to more Lunalight monsters, facing down just one Spell and Trap card, and he has a Lunalight Gold Leo, which is going to immediately be bet by Forbidden Droplet, sending that useless SP Little Knight to the graveyard. Tom checking his face down in his Book of Eclipse. So it's going to be able to allow this Leo to resolve, which is going to let him add a Lunalight and send a Lunalight, but that's going to continue to let him keep summoning monsters onto the field. Tom might be able to even things out here, and he's going to surrender just like that.
Surrender.
Wow. These games, you can never... All right, so nice friendly handshake here going into game 3.
Oh my goodness.
Not what you want to see. Oh, that helps.
That's quite the interesting opening. I mean, we are gonna see a Sky Striker deck later on, and I'm sure that player is gonna wish to open with triple engage maybe. But if you're playing the Yummy deck, that's quite different.
Yeah, it is a powerful starter, but it does require this slightly wonky lineup of 3 search cards for only 1 target, and this is probably not the way you want to draw it.
Now he's not going to be cut off here from Dominus Purge, so the Kagari is going to be able to add back the Hornet Drone, so it's much more effective here in game number 3 than it was in game number 2.
But again, we don't see many engine pieces, which means there is not really much thinking going on. This is going to be the Cup C Yummy way. And then, also the decision is going to be pretty easy. We'll discard one of these engage and then we'll be able to special summon both of our monsters from end later on.
Do you think Felipe was holding his breath there about this Cupsy Yummy Way resolving? If there was some sort of effect negation, it would have been devastating for him, but it does resolve. Going to send that extra copy of Engage to the graveyard, as you mentioned, Marcello. And now it looks like he is thinking about Link summoning by sending Cupsy Yummy Way to the graveyard.
He's got 3 spells in his grave, you know?
If only he had another Sky Striker card to add.
If only there was a Widow Anchor or something in the deck, but again, it probably wouldn't do all that much, because he's going to have a full field of monsters almost certainly by the end of the turn.
Sure, we have seen a few players, you know, trying out some targets. I've seen this weekend, you know, a Widow Anchor, an Afterburner also. So you never know, but I do agree with you, that's not quite going to be the case. Instead, most likely we'll go search our Yummy Surprise. And yeah, that is the quick spell.
Taking a somewhat more conservative line, I'd say, by going for the Crocky rather than the Mignon, because, I mean, I don't know. I mean, maybe he doesn't know Tom's deck list exactly, and he hasn't had the fortune that we've had of watching him on stream all weekend, but it doesn't look like a deck where you're likely to get hit with something like Nibiru. It looks like a deck where he is going to go second and try and crack the field that you make, so maybe it's worth being a bit more greedy.
Let me see the Martial Metal Marcher coming down again to bring back the Cupsy Yummy Way. A special summon from the hand of Cookie Yummy, and now another Synchro Summon for Herald of the Arc Light.
And yeah, he has done this all weekend long. I agree with you, Tom. Definitely not the usual way of doing this, but maybe he's trying to insulate himself from the Dark Ruler no more as well. I think that's, you know, that's a smart way to play around some of these distractions, and I think this is still quite the opener to, you know, to break from Tom, but I think we are pretty much done. So can we find some of these going second cards? The deck, you know, can sometimes struggle when it draws too many of these engine Luna-like cards going second. You need the perfect combination of breakers plus cards.
You do get those 6 cards rather than 5.
And it's an interesting dynamic here with the Herald of the Arc Light on the field and an Artifact Lancia in the hand. But once one goes off, the Artifact Lancia might be useful here in slowing down Tom and his Luna Lights.
And there it is, interesting moment here. First and foremost, do we see the Dark Ruler coming from Tom?
Or maybe a Book of Eclipse, anything. Dark Ruler,
and
no more.
It is Dark Ruler, no more from Tom yet again.
That's step 1.
Is going to answer that Herald. Makes it just, every time you use a Dark Ruler, you think, oh, the Yummy Surprise, it just turns everything back on. So maybe this is backed up by a Dominus Impulse. It would shut down the Yummy engine completely.
And yeah, this is where Felipe is going to take a moment and possibly chain that Yummy Surprise.
Bring back the Cupsy Yummy Way, potentially.
Yeah.
Does look like that is going to be the case.
That is the case indeed. And now it's also an important thing, because as you've mentioned, now the Artifact Lancia is technically online. You can use it since the Herald is negated, but
well, this time you can actually make another Herald.
Yeah.
And it will be in play.
Be effective.
Yeah.
Indeed.
Worth noting though, I think Felipe only got the 2 Yummies engraved because he only had the chance to search 2, so maybe that will limit his ability to interrupt Tom somewhat.
Could be. Let's see what he's gonna follow it up with. Obviously you have the heavy polymerization, an amazing card, but would be punished by the Lancia, no?
As well, heavy polymerization, when you're going to put yourself down to 500 life points and your opponent's not taking any damage, so you're going to have a bit of a tough time at the end of the turn.
And a Book of Eclipse. But he has the Ash Blossom.
Ash Blossom to negate it.
All right, so we've seen a lot of non-engine from Tom here at the beginning of his turn. Will he have the Luna Light cards he also needs to follow this up?
Still got a good 4 in hand.
Yeah, it's gonna be a close one. You can feel it. Both are quite tense. They both know it's gonna come down to this couple of plays, and it's not gonna be quite the heavy polymerization, but it's gonna be the Luna Light fusion.
pretty close. Still going to be a card that helps you cheat out your Lunalight fusions a little easier than just like polymerization the monsters from your hand to be able to use a monster from the extra deck.
And yeah, we are gonna chain this Cupsy Yummy way. Just bring back, makes sense, the Snatchy and the Cookie, possibly aiming to destroy whatever fusion monster is summoned. And since Felipe controls a monster that was special summoned from the extra deck, we can use one material from Tom's own.
Oh, is this
It's
just...
going to be
Oof.
3. He's just going to summon a Leo Dancer, but he's using Silverhound and Black Sheep. Those effects are going to activate in the graveyard.
How have we seen this card summoned so many times? This Leo Dancer.
It definitely comes up. We 100% know what it does now. It can attack twice. When it attacks, it can destroy your opponent's monsters. It's an absolutely incredible card.
Yeah, and you can't really do much with this Cookie on it since he cannot be targeted or destroyed. Well, we've seen it already how we can easily break a field, destroying every single special summon monster. Obviously, no damage due to that Dark Ruler, but this is quite the issue.
It was, again, a very big investment, and Tom not going to be able to end the game this turn, and we know Felipe is probably going to end up with a few cards in hand because those yummy monsters just seem to keep recycling themselves, no matter what you do about it.
The Black Sheep's going to add the Silverhound back to the hand, which is not too bad, and then the Silverhound's going to special summon Gold Leo from the deck. Lunalight Gold Leo is going to activate on summon to add a Lunalight monster. Then we'll have to send a card to the graveyard. Felipe can still synchro summon using that yummy snatchy effect that's in the main monster zone. He can also just tribute off the Herald Arclight if he wants, just to clear up some room, potentially.
Yeah, it's not going to do an awful lot on the field.
Yeah, it's going to be destroyed by that Leo Dancer at some point. Not being able to target or destroy it is absolutely incredible.
Yeah, it's really tough to answer at all.
Wondering when Yami plays, they're just going to put a Ceravis in just for when you tribute the the Arclight. Use the effect that it was intended, you know. After the first like 20 years of Arclight's existence or something, everyone was just searching a ritual spell with it.
Get that additional effect for sure. This is an important key moment. It's game 3. Both players on only a few cards left.
Yeah, crucial moment for sure. And let's see what we can do. Tom, you can see, is also extremely focused. He does not want to make a mistake at this stage. It's going to come down to this turn, whether he can have a shot of becoming the new world champion.
It is certainly not easy for him. You have to wonder, sometimes players play a little faster when they have all the cards they need immediately, so maybe it's a time for Tom to have to think very, very carefully how best to use the limited resources he has.
So he adds the Lunalight Tiger and then sends the Silverhound he added right back to the graveyard. And now he's going to use the Leo effect to add it right back to his hand yet again.
When do you think we are going to go for this Snatchy?
If he activates the Tiger, I could see going for it to go into Cookie Way to put the Leo face down and then use the field spell to take out the Tiger.
Tiger had summoned something when it's destroyed, right? Something like that?
Well, never mind.
From
We're
the
actually
graveyard,
going
maybe?
for it now. Activated the Snatchy, and we're probably going to use the one, in the extra deck. In the extra monster zone that was negated by Dark Ruler no more, and we are gonna go for Cupsy Yummy Way, adding some resources to the end, but we actually pull off the Cookie right away. Interesting.
So he wants to destroy the Leo to get it off the field.
Yeah.
It makes a lot of sense for Kepsi to, get that follow-up, because even though he got Dark Ruler no more, he knows he's going to have another turn, but...
And most importantly, we can get rid of this third engage. Yeah.
There's some
3 copies of Engage, just... Oh, the absolute worst thing to see there.
Indeed, and I think Tom might be smiling. I don't know. He looked pretty locked into me, but yeah, you can see no reaction whatsoever.
I don't think he even knows that there's Engage. I mean, he's going to realize it now when he looks to the graveyard, potentially, but...
I'm wondering if there's ever a university just discarding the Lollipo instead, so it's in the grave and can be revived and start banishing things from the grave, but...
Could be, but nope. It seems like we are just gonna move on to the battle phase, and then look at this. We are gonna clear the whole field, and now we can use the Akruki possibly, but is that in the damage step actually the effect to clear everything?
Yeah, an awful lot of cards these days cannot be used in the damage step, so...
Wow.
Now Tom's going to activate Lunalight Masquerade. With the Silverhound already being used, it's not going to be as effective, but he'll be able to send maybe something like Yellow Martin to the graveyard. Or he has the Tiger, so he could send Kaleido Chick, actually. Or, yeah, he has so many options. In combination with the Tiger, Masquerade is actually a fantastic card. But it is going to be Kaleido Chick.
Yeah, we must keep in mind there is still the artifact Lancia that might slow him down, but this is amazing, and I mean, Tom just has so much available to him.
Kaleido Chick can send any Lunalight monster as a cost to copy the name.
Yeah, such a powerful ability somehow that it is a cost to send a monster from your deck to the grave. We've seen some of these cards before, and they've been some of the most powerful cards.
I think it's Martin.
Yep, and here comes the Yellow Martin. Yellow Martin's going to return the Tiger, so it'll be able to be reused again and special summon itself to the field. So now he has access to a rank 4, which could be many things. It could be Tiger King, could be Baguska if he so chooses, Dagaris.
Tom, he's having a look at the graveyard, maybe signaling that he might be looking at making an SP at some point. An SP going to be met by an Artifact Lance. He's going to get quite a lot of value. Felipe could shut down that and a potential Lunalight Fusion summon in the future.
Yeah, especially if Tom decides to go into the Tiger King, to go for Fire Formation Tinky, to go for Lunalight Wolf. That Lancia is going to be really key.
Yeah, I mean, we can assume that I'm pretty much sure Tom thinks Felipe is out of interruptions, so if he gets a bit greedy, you know, he could get punished surely. Yeah, but I mean, on the other end, he knows the rest of the end. He knows that there are only 2 monsters, and that makes its life quite a bit easier in, you know, figuring out how to deal with the rest of the setup. From
this is a big decision, and he's just going to go into the Dagaris.
Third way.
Because he is thinking about that SP Little Knight, I think. He's going to... Oh, no, he's going to draw.
Yeah, we usually see the effect to special summon back and then skip the main phase, but looking like we might go for a draw. And I mean, might make sense after siding so many good cards against the Yami deck are there. So let's see if he gets punished by this.
Well, what are the cards that are... You know, the good cards against the Yami deck are probably things like Dark Ruler, which... Once they've done the job of clearing the field, maybe you don't want them anymore, but you do get to discard one of the cards you draw. So let's see if he finds what he's looking for.
Take a look at this 2 draws. Important moment for Tom. Looking for the deciding answer in his deck, and finally throws to discard 1. We still have the option to special summon 1 back from the graveyard as we have bounced back our Lunalight Tiger. And there he comes down once more.
Probably use the effect of bringing back the Kaleido Chick yet again. It's only once each time it's on the field, so you can keep using that Kaleido Chick effect every time it's a fresh copy.
I mean, it was, you know, this combination of cards what allowed Lunalight back in the day to win, you know, a YCS with the Lunalight Orcus strategies, and years later, they're still the heart of this deck.
He also has the Silverhound in graveyard with the fusion, so that's going to be able to negate a spell or trap card on the field, potentially on Felipe's turn.
I'm wondering, though, if Felipe knows it's there, it's almost impossible to trigger on the Akroki, because it's always going to be when you do a Synchro Summon, so as long as you use the effect of the Synchro Summoned monster as Chainlink 2, you're always going to be able to play around that, at least on your field spell.
Definitely important to note. Alright, gonna take a chance to look through that graveyard again. I mean, it's still crazy that Felipe opened with 3 engage, and this is where we're at. And it's gonna be Triple Tactics Thrust. That's a big one.
Do we have the Black Goat even going in this game? That could be a big difference. And there is the Black Goat laughs.
You see him? Yeah, that's going to seal the deal pretty much.
Yeah,
I don't think there's anything Felipe can draw to deal with this card on the following turn. Tom is going to be moments away from making it to top 4
Yeah, I mean, we have seen this card played in a lot of different, ratio just because of this matchup alone. Calling that Snatchy is so devastating for the deck. We have a think here, we're about to commit, but instead the change of art at the very last second, and rather than going for an SP, we might go for Baguska, it seems.
Yep. Number 41.
Is that everything for Tom, though?
We switch the Leo, right? Not unaffected.
Just makes you wonder, though, like, is there another Link 1 for Felipe?
No, yeah, the Leo should go. The Leo Dancer should go to
defense
mode.
Yeah, should go to defense, that's what I mean. Not quite unaffected as its upgrade, but... Yeah.
Tom won't be able to draw for his turn, so that's something to note.
Yeah, I mean, where's the engine left for Tom? It's
Here's the
just
Tiger on the
Tiger,
field.
yeah, and you're not drawing for turn. I'm wondering, like, just a Baguska and a Black Goat. Black Goat has to be reserved.
He'll have a yellow... He could use Yellow Martin in the graveyard to return the Tiger too, so that's like 3 monsters all on its own.
But surely Felipe, he's got 2 Yummies in hand, can just make a Link 1, but then what does he do with the result of it? Possibly as well that Dugares in the Anima zone, if that's something in Felipe's extra deck.
Is that a good draw? I think, is there a monster effect he's going to use?
He's looking at the Leo saying, please can you use it?
Nothing hidden there that I need to know about.
Yeah. And yeah, as you've mentioned, no cards in hand from Tom. And just that Black Goat, every single card is known for Felipe. And unfortunately, that Artifact Lancia was not really needed at all. And we're not going to use it.
Lollipop Way is going to be summoned, put to sleep by Baguska. I think, I mean, if you don't Black Goat Laughs now, when do you do it?
Yeah. And I mean, we have also seen that there is no Almirage, which is a big issue here. And that is actually the end shake.
Wow. Wow. He knows he doesn't have any other play. That final card in Tom's hand, the triple tactics thrust, you have to... All right, final quarterfinals, let's go.
And honestly, I think, I don't know, we are about to find out, but there is a huge chance that Rosalie wants to go second.
Yeah, so Isaias is probably going to be going first, unless he knows that strategy that Rosalie has brought.
Is that a 6 or a 1?
That's the one.
It's the 1.
Okay. It's a 1, and so that was a smooth, throw. And let's find out. I guess.
Oh no.
Ooh, that's an interesting end from Isaias.
He should have chosen second for sure.
But okay, at least we have one of those crucial spell cards to start things off with. And as mentioned, Rosalie deck is just so interesting.
Yeah, but this is really not it for Crystron K9. For Crystron Inclusion, it's a fine starter because all of your monsters are machines. But if you have to start with Inclusion now, you're going to have to use the Sulfador immediately. And once you've used Sulfador as effect to summon from the hand, you're no longer allowed to summon monsters from the extra deck except machine monsters. So no K9s here.
Things are looking a little dicey just from the start. We've seen some of these players just not drawing the greatest of hands going first here in the quarterfinals.
Indeed, and I mean, on the other hand, once more, you open Mulcharm is going first, never ideal. And that Nibiru Primal Being, we have mentioned it, it has been a key card for a lot of these duels, but is it really, does it even do anything against Sky Striker? That's the question.
Yeah, it's one of those cards, again, and it's also one of those cards that gets worse the better your opponent is, and you've got to imagine at the World Championships you're playing some very competent players, and they're going to know exactly how to play around it. We saw Yuna playing around it with the Sky Striker cards, no less, leaving that token on the field. Maybe we'll see something similar from Rosalie, maybe just not doing 5 summons before the battle phase.
Yeah, but as you can see here on screen, this Skeletus has been summoned and will allow to extend plays a little bit more, but you're right, Tom, definitely not the ideal opener because we are a bit stuck as compared to the other options that the deck has. Still, you can see the speed of play is remarkable from Isaias. You know, maybe not the most ideal opener, but he knows what he's doing.
Yeah, I mean, in the normal Crystron deck, prior to playing the Canines, I think you run a few more Cristrons, and this start is fine, and you would end with a few more negates if you're just playing Cristrons.
Cyber Dragon Infinity is one of my favorite cards. Love to see it come down here in the quarterfinals of the World Championship. You're talking about only being able to special summon machine monsters from the extra deck. It's one of the strongest ones.
Yeah, here we go, and we're going to see that very powerful trap Crystron cluster. Stops any of your cards from being banished, and also has the once per turn quick effect. You can return a Crystron that is banished to destroy a card on the field, or 2 if you control a Crystron Synchro monster.
Yep, and that Crystron Tristaros is going to also allow Isaias to summon a monster from the deck if Roselle does anything on her turn.
And I mean, still look at the amount of cards in the end. Sky Striker is a very interesting deck. You know, it used to play as more of a grind deck. Nowadays, it has some similarities with Tempai in a way, where you can go second, just, you know, break the field, and then just close the duel out with a lot of damage thanks to that linkage. And there it is. Rosalie has drawn into her 6th card. What are we gonna start with this duel with? But in the meantime, I believe we can quickly go back to us while they wait for the final setup and clarification.
Yeah, Rosalie is one of those players who has chosen to use no monsters in the hand. So the Canines are going to not be of any use for Isaias for now. Looks like the players are going straight back into action now. Rosalie looking like she's hanging on to a Book of Eclipse, and then wondering what other options there are in hand.
Yeah, Cyber Dragon Infinity, great at stopping one card, but with a deck constructed like what Rosalie is using here, there's probably usually plenty of ways to force that out and continue to destroy all the monsters that Isaias has on the field. And it's going to be a start with the normal summon of Sky Striker Ace Ray.
That's an interesting way to start things off, I'd say. Usually, and have we used the effect?
It almost looked like an attack, but that would probably not be what's just happened here.
No. That's an interesting way to start things off for sure.
Yeah, that Ray is only once per turn. Normally it was such a menace bringing itself back from the graveyard all the time, but now probably that recursion effect is not going to be enough to cut it. Still a useful one to keep in mind though.
All right, and we're going to see the effect of Ray special summon that brand new Sky Striker Ace 0. And with Ray in the graveyard, Rose in the deck, this is a way to get both those monsters onto the field.
Is it going to be used to add, or are we going to save it until we use the other effect?
Now it looks like Isaias is going to activate the effect of his Crystron monster on the field to special summon and synchro summon.
Yeah, perhaps we will see that powerful Dawn Dragster right now can be used to negate a spell or trap once per turn. Here it comes, FA Dawn Dragster.
It looks like adding Sky Striker, Mobilize, Engage.
Yeah, here we go. First of many Sky Striker engages. Already had 3 in the last feature match, so let's see if Rosalie can top 3 copies.
That would be much better for her than it was for Felipe moments ago.
But I think you can tell Isaias has done its homeworks, you know, yesterday night. Probably is aware what he's up against and was aware and set up in a way where, you know, you can have this multiple spell and trap negations.
When I talked to him in the interview yesterday, he definitely thought she was playing Malice. So hopefully he did a little more homework after the interview.
Yeah, definitely.
Maybe getting confused between all of the other European players who seems to have brought Malice.
All right, now the Sky Striker Ace 0. Oh, it's Mega Fleet!
Wow, okay.
Mega Fleet just taking care of Infinity.
Wow.
Fusing with it. Absolutely incredible. A card that a lot of players aren't including in their extra deck, but we see it here in Rosalie's deck.
Yeah, I'm sure this caught Isaias by surprise. And wow.
He didn't look that surprised, to be honest. He just kind of did it. So maybe he kind of knew it was coming. Very heads up here. No need to negate Book of Eclipse, because if you do, your monster is just gonna, it's already used its effect anyway, and
might as well try and hopefully get a draw at the end phase or something like that.
yeah, well, not only that, but it leaves a face-down monster in the extra monster zone for Rosalie, which can be a bit annoying, but not if you have a linkage, which can just go ahead and send it. Striker got many ways to send cards from their own field to the graveyard in the form of linkage or multi-roll.
Yeah, I mean, you can tell it takes courage, to say the least, to bring, a deck like Sky Striker to an event like this one. And I'm sure she has tested a lot, and even this recognition to include the Mega Fleet in her extra deck, not even side deck, is impressive.
Yeah, that is super cool. I guess it's one of these decks where maybe you have a little bit more room in the extra deck than others, so you just go ahead and make the Mega Fleet.
Yeah.
Isaias maybe, I mean, I say he may not have been aware, but surely if he was, he just wouldn't have allowed the Rose to be, the Zero to be summoned to the extra deck there, extra monster zone.
Yeah, but flawless performance here, as you can see, summoning first the Mega Fleet to the extra monster zone, then putting it face down. Does not matter because you can get rid of it. And now, yeah, just gonna show how much attack Kagari has.
How much attack does it have?
7. No, it has the boost, no?
But does it not get? Does it get the boost?
100 for each spell.
Yeah, it's the 100 for each spell.
Yeah.
Linkage gives it a
1,000,
boost,
I
but
think.
is that not if you have light and dark or something, or is it if you have 3 spells you get the boost?
It's in field or graveyard, so yeah, you do get the boost because you have both Ray and the Link Masters, no?
Yeah, but the Sky Striker Zero.
Yeah.
Oh,
Now-
so you just need a light and a dark.
Yeah, in the
Yep.
graveyard.
Ah, okay.
And
So
now
that's
going
basically 2700, yeah.
to main phase 2, Shizuku is going to be summoned to the field. A card will be face down. Another one.
Wow.
Another one. Another one. Another one. 5 spell entraps in the spell trap zone. In the end phase, the Crystron cluster is going to shut down the Shizuku.
Yeah, but I guess...
Well, it has to be in main phase 2, right?
Or main phase 2. Yeah, before the end phase.
Wait, can you not bring back Ray? Maybe she just doesn't want it.
All right,
You
now,
definitely bring back Ray, right?
I would think so.
Yeah, maybe she just doesn't need it.
Now we are moving into Isaiah's turn.
it's a pass.
Maybe it's just a play around Azuna. Maybe that's a potential read from Rosalie. If no cards have been used, there's still like 3 or 4 cards in Isaiah's hand.
That could be the case.
Yeah, totally. And now plays back to Isaias, and although, his field for the most part has been broken, he still is holding 6 cards in hand.
Yeah, here comes Inclusion again. Gonna get to add another Crystron, and this time the Inclusion is backed up by a pile of Crystrons in the grave. One of them being Solfefnir, which you can use to discard another Crystron, summon itself, and destroy a card you control, and this will not lock you into machines, so maybe you can get 2 level 5s into play. Also, very heads up, not leaving any cards in your hand against the K9 deck, because they can take advantage of that just by normal summoning.
Yeah, and we know at least one of them is the Engage, so really heads up play, because she did that exclusively, on purpose for that reason. So
I was waiting to see some old-fashioned Sky Striker interaction here with the Shark Cannon to banish from the grave.
All right, going to banish the Crystron Inclusion from the graveyard to special summon back a Crystron monster from the graveyard. See if Rosalie has a response.
ooh, and that's not quite the Shark Cannon, but it works
It's
even
close.
better,
This is close.
Sky Striker caught by the grave.
Imagine, yeah.
Oh, but he can use the Crystron cluster on called
And
by
that
the
can
grave.
play around it. A potential oversight there from Rosalie. You can shuffle one back in response to destroy the Call by the Grave. Who knew the best bit of Cluster was that you just got to shuffle back a card rather than destroy a card on the field. Still gonna shut down the Inclusion though, so not a bad thing, but not perfect.
Yep. But it'll keep the Tristaros in the deck.
Oof. We drawn, yeah, I think we've drawn into the second Fuvalos as well. So we have 2 Fuvalos, 2 Nibiru with the Primal Being, I think, in end. Kind of an unfortunate series of throws there from Isaias.
Honestly, just checking again. Which are the cards? Having a quick read of Sulfador. They're not new, but they are a little bit under the radar, I think.
Indeed.
So back comes Sulfador. Now again, we're locked into machines. So again, no canines will be hitting the table, at least from the extra deck. Going to get to send 2 from the deck to grave and trigger Sulfador here to summon a Crystron monster. So maybe some more Crystrons can be synchro summoned.
All right, it's going to be Sky Striker linkage. We try and summon a monster and then chain Widow Anchor to take that Crystron Sulfador.
That's definitely a very, very, very good play. And as you can see, then you can send the card you control to the grave, so gets rid of the Sulfador. And now, in a new chain, you will get so much advantage back.
Yeah, with Lunalight last round and Sky Striker H0 this round, we're actually seeing a lot of impact from Duelist Advance happening here at the World Championship.
Big decision here whether we want to interact. I believe there is one engage set, so the other card is gonna be the unknown one, I guess.
We make it. What are we making here? Clockwork Knight?
Yeah.
Yep, Clockwork Knight going to be on.
It's extremely good against the Yami deck, you know, to try and have the access to Clockwork Knight eventually, but let's see.
I'm wondering why we're linking off the Tristaris for it now, though.
Yeah, we don't have much going on. It's the last card in the loop is, I think it might be, and yeah, that's a pass from Isaias, and this gives Rosalie just so much advantage, because as you can see, you can just summon both Rose and Ray, and then you can also get into the Shizuku, possibly add a second engage, and that just is so much advantage.
The power of the linkage Widow Anchor combo into Sky Striker Ace 0 to bring back is absolutely incredible, and maybe a lot of people have overlooked how much of an impact that card Sky Striker Ace 0 had on the pure Sky Striker strategy.
But yeah, look at this engage back to end with the Kagari, and
I think a lot of the overlooking comes on because a lot of players are more focused on what they don't have as opposed to the cards that they do have, especially when it comes to the Sky Striker cards.
Indeed.
Just saying.
I'm just really wondering what this Clockwork Knight is doing. Like, it could have been a Tristaris still. You could have synchro summoned another monster, but maybe there's just no more synchros to make. He's already been through the Skeletus and a Dawn Dragster, and I think when you include the canines, maybe you just have to cut a bunch of level 7 synchros.
It looks cool.
True.
I love the artwork on Clockwork Knight.
Yeah, it's pretty nice looking, but now we might just be moments away from Rosalie taking this one. Basically, the main concern right now is playing around the possible disruption in the end from Isaias, but outside of that, she has plenty of damage available, and you can see when your opponent looks up in the sky and does some math, that's never a good sign, I'd say.
Yep, here comes Sky Striker Ace Zeke.
And there is the first engage for +1 of the match. Most likely not gonna be the last. And yeah, it's when it gets to this point, this deck doesn't stop, you know, the grind. It feels like it gets so many resources.
Yeah, the only way Isaiah wins this game is if Rosalie makes a slight misstep and walks into some of the thing like Nibiru, but there's probably plenty of ways in Sky Striker to have a game without summoning 5 times, especially when you can summon in the battle phase.
Yeah, it's hard to imagine there that Rosalie is gonna, even if she walked into the Nibiru, she's gonna have so many cards by the end of it.
Yeah, very true. Yep, and here comes the battle phase. Zeke's gonna take down Clockwork Knight. Hey, the Flawless is online now, so you can chain them here if you want.
Yeah, I think.
Is he not gonna chain it?
I think he's still writing down the life
Yeah,
points.
he's probably writing down the life points, but you know, he's just saying yes. I guess he has just given up on this game altogether. And as you can see here, this is just gonna be too much damage to respond. This is already like around 3000 attack from this Kagari, and then you can just activate it again for the final life points. It seems like Rosalie really has tried their best and makes it by closing this one out. And yeah, there he goes. The white
Stop
flag.
attacking, please. And oh, here we go. This is a lot better for Isaias here. This is really the start you want to see. You've got your K9s online, and K9s online will get you straight away to your Crystons as well, thanks to an old rank 5 Infinitrack Riverstormer comboing with an even older card, Scrap Recycler. I know a lot of players recently were sort of digging those out of their old tins, going, I know I had 100 of these, but I just need to find one.
Yeah, it is a card that just, you know, bakes all the deck together, you know, bringing these two amazing engine. Yeah, we are gonna start things off with this Ripper. Obviously, we are still unaware of what's in the deck for Rosalie. Is it really just going second cards? Does she have some, you know, Nibiru of her own? And this Ripper is always a nice way to have, you know, some insulation from possible responses.
Yeah, it is a little scary because a lot of other decks, you know, the deck lists are kind of, you know what to expect. You know, if you play against Yummy, you're going to play against, you know, 14 Yummy cards, a couple of Obedient School, a couple of Sky Strikers, and then, you know, either some Field Breakers or some Hand Traps. And again, you know roughly what you're up against Crystron. Sorry, yeah, maybe not so much against Crystron, but against Vanquish K9.
Yeah.
But against Sky Striker, it's anyone's guess. This deck is not a popular deck. Players have to go out on their own when they build it, and it also means when you're playing against it, you're somewhat on your own.
Yeah, definitely off to a much better start here. And now we're going to see why these two strategies work so well together, being able to go into the Infinitrack. And that's going to be able to add Scrap Recycler, which will access the Crystron Smeagol, and all the other Crystron cards will come following after that.
Yeah, here we go. Comes the Scrap Recycler. And yeah, as you said, it's a much better way to get access to the Crystron inclusion here is by doing all of this. First, you've already got a Ripper, you've already got a couple of K9s in hand, you've already got a forced release to go with the Ripper, so quite a lot of action.
Yeah, I mean, we have seen Willy in the past. Now we might see a little bit of a Wally here helping out this deck, you know, function and bringing these cards into fruition. Obviously, as mentioned, I have also the possibility of adding, you know, some interesting continuous spell cards to the deck. Not gonna be quite successful against the Sky Striker, but my main question is this field. How is it going to look like now that you're fully aware what you're up against and that mega fleet? So,
yeah, I want to say the Crystron deck actually puts up one of the scariest end fields of all at the moment, to be honest, because I mean, Yummy, it's quite compact, but Crystron is just one of those decks where they just keep adding cards, they keep summoning cards in combination with the K9s. You get like 3 or 4 rank 5s, and then the Crystrons giving you access to Cyber Dragon Infinity and Dawn Dragster, and Sky Strikers obviously need their spells to resolve, so Dawn Dragster, a pretty premium card against them as well.
yep.
Yeah, definitely having a deck that has access to spell and trap negates is huge here in this matchup.
Now we're gonna send the Crimson Cluster. It was pretty much the main help that Isaias had in the previous game, and you know, it's definitely a solid card against the Sky Striker deck, but we might need more. And here comes the Lizard Dose, interestingly enough.
Lizard Dose, are we just using it to draw a card at the end of the combo? He's not got anti-spell fragrance in the side.
Could be.
Maybe he
banishing
does.
itself off the field.
God, can you imagine anti-spell fragrance against Sky Striker?
I feel like that would be a throwback. Yeah.
Indeed. I've seen a few going around, you know, in the weekend, but for now, I think, I mean, Dan looks much better. As you've mentioned, Tom, in the previous game, I mean, it didn't look all that close, but still, he set up a pretty decent field and had to do it pretty much with 1-2 cards in hand. now he has a full hand of interesting options to shut down Rosalie later on.
Yeah, I mean, he's only used 2 cards to start his combo rather than just the 1, but it just makes so much difference. 1 + 1 is not equal to 2. In this case, it's equal to about 10.
Now we're seeing the 2 level 5s be overlaid here, probably for a Cyber Dragon Nova.
It does have to be a machine, but this time you do have to watch out before your opponent gets to anything.
Yeah,
you really have to use that Haggard Lizardos. Don't just start the turn with a monster in the extra monster zone and a Cyber Dragon monster. Oh, could you imagine?
Because the Mega Fleet would just use those 2 materials. Yeah, that would be pretty funny.
But yeah, looking at that hand, it is massive. I've seen players even use Silhouette Rabbit because you get the cluster as a continuous trap and you can search the other one, which negates cards for each continuous trap you have, but that does feel like a little bit too much.
A little extra. Now drawing a card, hoping it's a disruption.
Yep, there's a little bit of clarification here.
That is how, Hazard Lizardos works.
Yep.
Yeah, very flexible. Link 2 can just remove itself to draw a card, which I guess is the ticket in a lot of decks.
I wonder if is there something that stopped him from activating an effect or banishing or something?
There's no prosperities or other pots stopping him from drawing. Just having a
Imagine
little
it'd be a
discussion.
Quick. Oh, I guess you're coming back to us.
Yeah, I mean, might as well while we wait for
we have
the round
chairs
to be
behind us,
back.
guys.
Yeah,
Surprise! Our feet would hurt pretty bad if we had to stand for these past 5 hours that we've had to commentate with no breaks. Oh no, we're right back in the game, going back down in the chairs.
And we've missed a little bit of action, but I think it's not too hard to figure out what happened. 3 cards was set, and Isaias has passed his turn. So this Infinity gonna do the trick, hopefully, and gonna use its effect before getting it fused away.
Hey, Upstart Goblin, that's a lot of people's favorite card. They love giving their opponents life points and drawing a card.
Yeah, that is definitely one of mine. So let's go for it.
It's you. I
It
knew
was me.
someone
You
was
asked me yesterday.
I knew someone was talking about it. I couldn't remember who it was, but it was you. That's right.
I just love the fact that you can use this card again, because it's been so long, really, that you've had a reason. Beforehand, though, Drawn Lockbird is such a threat to running this card because you can't really afford to activate it. But just want to talk about what Rosalie has just drawn, because Marcello said, does Rosalie think she's going first? And maybe she did think she was going first, because that looked like a solemn judgment.
Oof. And here comes that realize engage. We have a lot of ways to answer this card, but you're right, Tom. That might be what she's going for, but no response. So Isaias just keeping, his options for something more threatening.
Yeah, I'm really wondering what this Tristaris is being held for, because normally you just kind of want to rank it up as fast as possible into a level 7 Synchro. Is it the case? Maybe he just doesn't have any level 5 Crystrons in the deck, something like that?
And here comes the Ray, and I think once more we have used the effect.
She's not getting away with it this time.
Yeah, this time the Cyber Dragon Infinity is going to be used, but chained by that Widow Anchor. But of course, we know that Crystron Cluster is there, and he's going to target his own Cyber Dragon Infinity to destroy it, so its effect will resolve, negating the Ray, and also, not having to worry about Mega Fleet.
Exactly. But now the key number of 3 spells in the graveyard has been achieved by Rosalie, so if there is another engage, that could be something.
And someone needs to tell Isaias how to use Cluster. He's not yet just used it to just normally destroy one of his opponent's cards. He's destroying his own cards. He's destroying Called by the Grave. Very flexible card in terms of what it can do.
Indeed, and we actually go and set a card. That's an interesting one. Before activating triple Tactic Thrust.
Yeah, and I guess sometimes you set cards to try and play around what we know is a Ripper, or to activate a linkage.
So, yep, the Ash Blossom we use, but League is just basically going to use kind of like a forbidden droplet to utilize being able to send a card that's just on the field that would otherwise go to the graveyard at the end of the chain.
But now finally that Tristaros has been activated.
But yeah, I'm just wondering, why wouldn't you just activate this way sooner? And then you would have had this spell negate, because the later you leave a negation like this, sometimes your opponent's like snuck through a few more effects. Like maybe you really don't want this linkage to resolve.
Totally get what you are saying that, but let's see if Isaias gets punished at all.
Are we just activating Rose on someone, or was there something that destroyed it? Maybe it's just straight. Maybe she's just activating it immediately when it's been summoned.
Does look like that is the case.
Yeah, you do have, you know, priority to use a quick effect on the summon as long as there aren't any triggers. So sometimes it's worth it just to stop any shenanigans from happening from the opponent. Just activate it immediately in case your opponent has some like non-targeting removal. And you see this Dawn Dragster, it's just going to get cleared up.
Going after the Ripper.
Yeah, going after the Reaper, because we know that there is the fourth release face down that now is going to be completely useless. So, yeah, definitely an interesting sequence. I agree with you, Tom. And as you can see, Rosalie has a lot of options still available.
Yeah, it seems like a lot of cards from Isaiah have not been used to their fullest potential. That force release not getting activated.
Ooh.
Okay, so Sky Striker Ace Azalea is going to come down to destroy that, or send the Kristan cluster to the graveyard.
Yeah, even with all this, Isaiah's just got hundreds of cards. Rosalie just got a few.
Hundreds.
I don't know.
No, it's a ton of cards. I'm just giving you a hard time there. And now, yeah, the Dawn Dragster just seemed like it was just summoned too late in the turn.
Indeed. And although, again, the opening was absolutely incredible by Isaias, Rosalie is once more finding a way. And again, one Infinite Permanence on the end, saved by Isaias to stop that engage from being added back.
Here comes a Shizuku. I'm wondering, like, the chaotic elements in hand for Isaias here is a card. It has this bonus effect. I think it has to, you can banish it from the grave and you can take control of, I can't remember exactly the types. I'm just wondering if the Sky Striker meets any of them. I know, funnily enough, Ryziel Detonator does meet one of them. So you can just like activate it, search a card, and then banish it and take your opponent's Detonator, which is an absolutely ridiculous interaction.
Yeah.
But I don't think it works on any of the Sky Striker monsters, but worth a read from Isaias just in case. I think it has to be light or dark.
But here we get one of the most interesting cards also all the way back at the European Championship, that Lemnis Gate, just giving so much recursion to the Sky Striker deck, and that's going to be an issue going forward. But most importantly, if you're right and there was that Solemn Judgment, that might be good even going second in this instance, you know?
Yeah, sometimes when you draw those cards that you plan for going first, as long as you can break through the field that's established, it can actually be quite useful in the same vein as if you went first, because then now you have control of the field.
Absolutely, what a back and forth, but I think we have drawn into a case for K9, is it? Anyways, from Isaias, still a lot to do, and yes, it is a case for K9 indeed, trying to get access once more to this Justice Hunter's archetype.
Lantern has already been used, has it? Or is there still option to draw it?
It has been used turn 1, this tool.
You just got to watch out for any more. Has Isaiah even kept in his Azunas? Because it feels like Rosalie's just pretty disciplined and not activating any cards that would trigger it. So here comes Jokel.
Yeah, even though the field is destroyed, plenty of ways for the K9 cards to get to the field, and it's going to be Jokel revealing Izuna, both these monsters being special summoned to the field.
But now also the question becomes how many extra deck options we have. We have used quite a few, going first from Isaias And I mean, I guess Zeus is always there, always annoying for the Sky Striker deck to deal with. But yeah, rank 5s are getting slim.
Well, there's got to be something left. He's either got some Christrons or some rank 5s. Surely. Sending another Jokal, which is interesting when he's got that Chaotic Elements in hand, which I think Jokal is the only target for. So maybe he just sent the third Jokal there. But added a Lupus.
Yep. Here comes Lupus, and one card in hand from Rosalie. Tried her best to play around this additional normal summon effects from the K9 monsters. And let's find out what is going to be this Exceed summoned by Isaias.
Oh, this is a very powerful rank 5. Can be used to special summon some more from the grave. We saw it used to great effect in Master Duel yesterday to special summon some very impactful rank 5s to the opponent's side of the field. But now we're just going to be summoning probably our own back.
Yep, the Imperial Princess Queen Query can extend plays further.
That is something I love about the K9 cards, is you have to kind of take a look at all rank 5s that have ever been released and how they can be useful even in today's terms.
You were right, Tom. There was the solemn judgment, maybe with Rosalie thinking that she was going to go first, so this is going to shut it down. Definitely not what Isaias was expecting while going first, but...
Chaotic Elements can add from the graveyard. Wait, is it destroying something as well?
I mean, we have to count if there are enough Pyro and Aqua monsters, I guess.
Oh my goodness.
Wow.
That was just devastating. I did not realize it could add from the grave, but yeah, adding back a Lantern and then... Yeah, oh, this is crazy.
Lantern's huge. It's going to be able to special summon back a level 5 monster and special summon itself from the hand. It's been a non-stop access to level 5 after level 5 after level 5.
Yeah, here comes one more rank 5. Maybe, but like Valon, not so good. He does have that Chronomaly. Can be used as an extra monster negate. How big is the Shizuku is another question. Rosalie just kind of smiling to herself.
I mean, yeah, might as well do. The graveyard is full of spells, but I don't believe we are on 10 yet, so it's gonna be a close one for sure. And you can see Isaias looking at his graveyard fully.
Is there really no way to get back into the Christrons?
Apparently not, and look at this extra deck. One of the few options left, the Valon.
Valon, not so great against Sky Striker. It might be against some of the other matchups that you'd face in the World Championship.
But yeah, we can get the Ray back, and without that Izuna, this might be a worrying one, because the face down effect doesn't really do anything against Sky Striker. Can she pull this off again? I mean, I guess you can make Zeus, but...
Zeus would be much better than Valon, and that is what Isaias is going to summon here. So Zeus with only 3 materials, it's only going to have one opportunity to use the effect.
I mean, really trying his best, but in the end, even once more, when it seems like everything was over, we're activating the effect. Oh, I think we accidentally... I mean, we knew what the card was anyways, but... yeah, I guess this was an interesting choice.
Just going to rely on the Ash Blossom. He can summon this Lupus, but like, what is it going to do? Just turn... I don't even know what.
I guess, yeah.
Is there a reason to have it on the field? Is there another way to get another monster?
Especially not in defense mode. You got to stick to your guns. But it's only got 200 defense. That's not very many.
Yeah, I think that's it. I mean, the last card in hand is a pretty good one, but... Oof, I mean, it's gonna get close. I think on the other hand, maybe Rosalie... also, there was a different line where, once she got that Sky Striker monster on the field, she could have just used it right away there to get a card back and, thought about this Zeus, and I think this would have completely closed this game
but
out.
Only one card in hand, drawing to 2. What is she going to have to deal with the Zeus? It's going to be Tom's
Here it
favorite
is.
card, Upstart Goblin.
Oh
There
no,
it is.
you cannot. Can you?
Do it! Do it! Do it! He did!
It's
Ash
Ash
Blossom on
Blossom.
Upstart Goblin!
On an Napster Goblin, and we know the last card in and from Rosalie, of course, that... Wow.
And he has enough damage on the field with the Zeus. Maybe he summoned the Lupus because he knew he would need the damage on the following turn, so he needed the monster. So he just summons it out there because now he can put both his monsters into attack mode.
Getting out his pen to add up 3,000 and 2,300.
That's absolutely incredible.
It's more than 3,500.
How many times have you heard a joke about using Ash Blossom on Upstart Goblin? And to see it happen here in the quarterfinals of the World Championship, absolutely incredible.
Yeah, that is unbelievable, and you can see Rosalie smiling, looking at the camera. We know the last card fence down is that Lemnis Gate, which could potentially spin something back to the end, but it's gonna be so close here.
Yeah, how many monsters are there? Sky Strikers, there's got to be a couple, right? And this will get rid of the Zeus and potentially the Lupus, because Lupus will get banished.
Absolutely, and there it is. She's gonna activate it, bouncing back both to the end.
Has she got 6? That's 5.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
6. Here comes 6.
So
and they're
2
both
monsters
gone.
returned.
Both gone.
Lupus.
The Lupus gonna get banished. It doesn't get much better
Oh, that's
than
right.
this. Both duelists down to top deck mode. What was the draw for Isaias here?
How many times have we seen a top deck of Sky Striker Immobilize engage in the past?
Wow.
Will we see one here?
But there are so many good cards that you can
beyond
draw here.
that,
Like so many. It's all coming down to this card, but what can he even do at this point? Like, the extra deck is so thin.
Yeah, Rosalie, though, sitting there with just having shoveled all the cards back into the deck. Everything is live for Rosalie. Nothing live for Isaias. The main thing going for him there is maybe there's a difference in life points because Sky
And
Striker
it's a pass.
can't do it all.
What is it going to be? Crucial draw. It's a terraforming. That's not quite it, is it? If she has area
No, she has chicken game. She has chicken game.
It's chicken game! We're about to play a chicken
Wow.
game here in the quarterfinals.
Absolutely insane.
The life point difference will continue.
Oh, wow. And this will give Dan an option for Isaias as well. But
What a real throwback to these Sky Striker cards. Just say, give me any spell, draws a card, and then puts itself in the grave. Rosalie just, got to draw that one ray, and that might seal the deal.
so many good draws available to Rosalie. Can she find any of her Sky Striker card? What is it going to be? Looking in the air,
And the
no.
set spell and trap
Just a face
played
down.
back to Isaias. Isaias draws. That's not a card he can summon.
Not
Azuna.
quite. But you can use the chicken game.
We're playing the
Use the
chicken,
chicken game. Use the
Is he
chicken
going to destroy it, or is he going to draw a card?
You have to draw. You have to draw. This is your chance. Draw, draw.
Oof, bold decision. It's a draw.
Oh, no.
Of a draw on Lockbird.
I mean, I guess you can use it next turn
When
once
the
that chicken
chicken-
game activates again. But what is this game turned
We're
into?
playing a chicken game. Play is back to Roselli.
This is
Roselli's going to pay
absolute
another
madness.
1,000 life points
Oh, wow.
to draw another card with chicken game.
Here we're going to see this draw.
Draw
lock
on the
bird.
chicken game.
What is going on? Because
Imagine she actually drew engage but gets drolled
Yeah.
on the chicken game. That would have been absolutely crazy.
That's unbelievable. Do we finally get a monster?
It's a
We get
Ray!
Ray!
It's Ray! A huge draw.
And he can't use the Phantasme because of the draw on Lockbird.
Wow.
Oh my, you couldn't write this.
Absolutely. Look at this.
Goes to battle phase, attacks with Ray, uses the effect to tag out for Hayate. Hayate is going to attack directly just because there's no cards on the other side and going to send a Sky Striker card from the deck to
Absolutely.
the graveyard.
Usually you get the engage, but in this case you can't activate engage, so it's not going to be quite it. You can see that linkage, such a powerful card, but we are gonna move on to main phase 2 using the Kagari to add it back to the end. And look at this, what is Rosalie even able to accomplish and having this possible win.
Yeah, but is that Kagari just going to stay on the field?
Yeah.
Because if it is, can you switch off your own chicken game? Oh, that's the best draw for Isaias, surely.
Yeah, that's one of the better cards.
He needs to get rid of the chicken game so he can do damage at some point.
But you can just pay 1,000 to destroy
by itself,
it.
yeah, instead of drawing. But Chaotic Elements, huge draw here from Isaiah.
What a draw, but we have to play through this linkage as well. And yes, it's going to be a 50. And now you pick up...
adds the lantern.
Wow. What is Rosalie thinking when she's saying, let me read this lantern, what's it going to do in the hand? There's got to be a couple of canines in the grave, so you can't really get rid of a target first.
Yeah.
I cannot believe we're just playing a chicken game.
It's crazy, absolutely crazy. And it's going to come down also to the number of spells. We have shuffled back a fair amount, to be honest. And that Kagari, we can't be quite sure how big it is. And yes, we are paying.
He wants to draw, so if he wants to win this turn, he's going to have to do something else to destroy the chicken game, because the player with the lower life points doesn't take any damage. Oof. And it's going to be a defensive card.
Yeah,
it's probably not what he was looking for.
Not quite what he's
not going to do it. How's Rosalie still got enough life points to keep using this chicken game? Is she actually on 1,500?
Yeah.
Oh my goodness, but she can't take any damage while the chicken game is in play.
Yeah, what a card that was. I mean, oof.
You can make a rank 5, but what is your rank 5 going to do?
Do you even have any rank 5s left at this point? That's the question. So...
No. You have Imperm to set the attack lower.
Wow, you can see really Isaiah's thinking about this so much. It has been such a long duel, and we can't be more glad. And it's a pass. Oh, wow. It is a pass. And now, yeah, Rosalie just gonna make sure that she doesn't do any mistakes, you know, checking that second effect of the chaotic elements, taking control of a monster. What is it gonna be, that draw?
Does she have even more Kagaris? She must do.
Is it just an attack? What a close match. You can feel the tension going. And it's going to be just an attack.
Has she got more tricks?
This is just a never-ending game.
What is going on? What is in the extra deck left for Rosalie?
But Phantasma is going to be able to come down. Can't go too fast.
That was very quick indeed.
Okay, yeah. Maybe you got to slow it down there, but no, he's okay with waiting to the Kagari to activate the Phantasma, but maybe there was an opportunity to use it on the Kaina there.
For sure. I mean, for sure there was, but apparently it's...
it like blinked out onto the field.
No, I mean, it has to be done this way for Isaiah because he has infinite impermanence, so you can negate a Kagari.
True. Good spot there, and apparently, Rosalie is thinking about this.
I think they're saying just to slow down the play and not play as quickly in the future, because you definitely need to give your opponent an opportunity to respond.
Was there an attack even? It sort of looked like it.
Yeah, there was. It's down to 1900 now, so quite a few spells, and as you can see here, probably giving a check. He needs to, when it comes to Rosalie, that's what she's clarifying with the judges, that she gave enough time, and now she's targeting. But there goes the Black Gold Loves
and infinite impermanence chain targeting the Sky Striker Ace Kagari.
What a game.
Everything getting negated.
Nobody being able to do anything.
Yeah. What is the text of Phantasma? I assume it has to destroy. And she's lost the chicken game. She's paid 1,000 to destroy it.
So only 500 life points remaining. One more card to the spell and trap zone. The Kagari's going to the graveyard for what can only be a Sky Striker Ace Shizuku. In phase, it's going to add a Sky Striker spell that's not in the graveyard. And we have not seen Mobilize engage, and now this is the turn Isaiah needs to close out the duel, or Rosalie will be moving on to top 4.
Yeah, absolutely brave play by the former runner-up at the European WCQ, deciding to pop her own chicken game, and now one more draw for Isaias. Can he pull a miracle off? Can he bring himself back into this quarter-final? And is it Foolish Burial?
Does that do anything?
Oof.
I don't know what Crystal
so many
has
draws.
left.
So many draws that just have no impact.
Absolutely. I mean, it feels like he has gone through so much. Now she is aware of both the Lantern, the Phantasma, and must be wondering what's left for the American player.
I don't think that Snatchy is going to do the trick.
Checking again extra deck option and activating this foolish burial.
He just needs anything. I mean, I don't know how much spells there are in grave.
His deck is almost completely depleted. Only a few cards left there in the deck.
Doesn't seem like there is much going on there, and you can see him just debating whether to simply send an Izuna. That must not be a good sign.
Yeah, not really what you want to send, because you could have just searched it with a Jokal.
Wow, and here comes the last push pretty much from Isaias, using this Lantern to bring back the Izuna. Do we have another option in the extra deck? At this point, we must be down to like 5 cards left. And I believe we are gone through everything, but only one remaining card.
There must have been 6 spells, because Isaias took that much damage, 2,100, which does mean the Izuna on 2-4 is bigger than Shizuku, but not by 500. It needs to do 500 damage.
And it seems like we are actually gonna go and tribute summon from Tasmania
and a Soul Judgment.
What is going on?
Now Isaias only has 1 card in hand, passes back to Roselli.
And we know the engage is in the end. There comes the engage. No response. Only 1900 damage is needed for Rosalie to bring this
The 500 got halved to 250.
Oh, wow. What a match. I'm so glad that there is no time limit for this one, because I'm sure we would be way over. And look at this ending.
I don't even know what was going to happen if the Phantasmic contribute summon, to be honest, but there we go.
The way this game's been going, Shizuku's going to attack. 400 life points
the
left.
Linkage, 400 life points left. We know the last card is the Izuna, so it's going to come down to this. One more push, and we know it's enough.
Guy Striker, ace,
and
0.
there is the handshake.
We are finally ready. The crowd is excited. You can hear them all. The players are ready, rolling the dice to see who is going to go first. And it looks like Willie is going to be doing just that.
It can be a big advantage, of course, as mentioned. Going first, all you need is a couple starter. And ooh, I do see some going second cards, possibly for Willie. But let's take it a moment. Ornate drones coming down.
Yeah, will we see the Julian special of the first turn? Holly Sue, let's find out. He's been doing it. It was how he was able to advance through his top 8 match. So will he do it again to pass through the top 4? And he's going to allow at least this Kagari to resolve.
Yep, Ornate Drones is going to be activated again to get another Sky Striker Ace token onto the field. This is a pretty solid start here for the Yummy strategy for Willie.
We have seen sometimes player just try to play around Nibiru all the way back in round 1 with Ruben. Let's see if Willie will do the same. It seems like he will try. And as you can see, keeping that token that cannot be tributed has been a key consistent part of the gameplay from the Yummy players.
Yep. Yeah, very heads up from Willie here, because you've got to have a monster in your graveyard there to protect your Cupsy Way so it can tag out in case of any interruptions.
Yep, and Cupsy Yummy Way is going to add 2 Yummy cards from the deck to the hand. We're going to be adding Cookie Yummy and Cupsy Yummy, and then he's going to send an evenly matched from the hand to the graveyard.
Wow, evenly matched a card we have not seen all weekend. Actually now reveals to be in the main deck from Willie. Definitely an interesting choice there.
Now we're going to see a Link summon. It's going to send that Cupsy Yummy Way to the graveyard to summon Yummy Snatchy.
Does not activate the effect, it seems, and does not activate Snatchy, revealing possibly a field spell in the end, and now moves on to that ad of Yummy Surprise.
Yeah, it's got surprise in the name, but I don't think it's a surprise this weekend. It's been one of the most powerful cards that the Yummy players have been using. Such a versatile card, and we've been seeing all of these field-breaking effects. We've been seeing Dark Rulers, Book of Eclipse, and Droplets, all of these cards and more. And Yummy Surprise is such a powerful card, you can search it, and then if all of your cards get negated, you just bring back one more Yummy and start the train again.
Indeed, that is the case, and now we might see again some action from this player. We have seen, different ways of going around it between the Marcher and the Star Ham, going into that famous Herald of the Arc Light to shut up some plays. Will that be the case?
I think Willie has preferred the Star Ham here this weekend when we've seen him play, but that Lollipop Yummy Way brought back the Cupsy Yummy Way and one of the other Yummy monsters. Now we're going to see another Synchro Summon.
Yeah, I mean, for Willie, I guess if you're running all of these going first cards, you might as well discard one to the Star Ham, but in this case, no. Here comes the Matcha.
Yep. Bringing back the Cupsy Yummy Way. Now that token and the Martial Metal Marcher is going to be sent to the graveyard to Synchro Summon Herald of the Arc Light.
Exactly. Like there was the point to use that Nibiru Primal Being if it wasn't quite the case, but might as well play it safe. And I think we have now activated the effect. I guess we didn't really need to use the Minion, and we might just go for the Kruki, and that is the play. Setting it up turn 1 already for Willie.
Yeah,
solid start. All right, now Cookie Yummy being special summoned from the hand to the field.
Yeah, here we're seeing this field. It looks so innocent, but inside all of these Yummy monsters are more and more and more interruptions.
And it seems like this is about to be the end of the turn from Willie, shuffling up his deck and giving it for a cut to Julian, who is gonna be allowed to play his first cards of the duel in just a moment. But yeah, this field, I totally agree with you, Tom. Might look innocent, but so many interactions hiding in that graveyard. And that's a pass. Oof, and that's a... Let's see what he can pick up. Obviously needs some help. Razen is always a great way to start things off here for the Vanquish Old deck, but how can we break this field?
I've not seen Julian start with anything except Holly Sousa.
Yeah,
let's
fair
see.
enough.
But we do know, of course, he's running an awful lot of canines to help him extend into fields like this. So let's see whether that will be the case today. And it is. Here comes Jokul revealing a Jokul. But is this going to survive? Because in the graveyard, on the field, we have a Yummy Synchro and we also have an Akroki. So maybe we just summon back a Cookie. And that seems to be the play here.
Yeah, but immediately return that Yummy Synchro to summon back 2 Yummy monsters. It's going to be Cupsy and Snatchy.
I believe we do not have a Cookie yet in the graveyard, so we'll have to set it up later on. But yeah, we can get a draw here or a search. We have seen Willie prioritizing a search. Will that be the case again? It is.
And he's probably going to look to just summon something like Cookie Way to put these 2 canine monsters face down, potentially. He has a lot of different options he could go through about this.
Yeah, I mean, in a deck like Willie's, where he's running those cards like evenly matched, maybe he's just he says, I'd probably rather have a Yummy card than another evenly matched.
And there is the Cookie Yummy Way on summon wheel to put those Jokuls face down and render them useless.
Interested there in the choice of not using the Cookie as material for the Synchro Summon. Would have liked maybe to set up that additional interruption in the graveyard, but for now we're gonna set both face down. And is there even anything else that Julian can do here?
Yeah, this is so tough. When you're playing the Vanquish Soul deck, it often feels very feast or famine. When you have 5 cards in hand, every card seems to generate you more advantage. But then when you get down to 3 or 4, then all of a sudden, every card you lose from the hand feels so devastating. It gets that much harder to use an effect.
Things are looking really good here in game 1 for Willie. He's going to do another effect of the Synchro to bring back 2 monsters. It's going to be Lollipop and Yummy Snatchy. Now the Dr. Madlove is going to resolve adding a Vanquish Soul spell or trap from the deck to hand. It's going to be Vanquish Soul Start.
And this is what I was talking about. If that Cookie would have been used instead of the Cupsy, we could have just brought it back here and tried to destroy the Madlove with it. But instead, we're going to have to think about our plays next if we are Willie.
Still Synchro for maybe a Cupsy Yummy Way and then use the field spell to destroy the Madlove?
Apparently not.
Yeah, there's so many options, but maybe we're just prioritizing destroying the field spell rather than the monster.
Yeah,
I could see that being the case.
And indeed, we just now send to the graveyard this Cookie, which can be brought back moments afterwards. And that Cookie getting rid of the field spell, as mentioned by Tom. Gonna shut down any search of that Vanquish Soul Start. And we are getting so many monsters back with the Lollipop Way.
This field getting absolutely picked apart. one card at a time. Those Jokels, 2 cards from the hand gone. The Mad Love already used its effect, just 3 cards remaining in hand for Julian. Plus there's Mad Love on the field that's already used its effect.
Now we move on to the battle phase, trying to attack over the Herald, but we are not gonna allow that to be quite the case.
Here comes the Ham.
The Star Ham.
Yeah.
I love the card a lot. It looks awesome. It's even stronger. He's going to be able to discard that card to bring back a monster and then take down that Dr. Madlove.
And that does resolve as we are in the battle phase. We got rid of it. We can't just go for a second Herald of the Arc Light. Usually Willy has been on the other side of this kind of duels when we has been on stream. First time he's convincingly ahead and he's looking like he has got this one duel in his bag.
Yeah, it's so tough now for Julian, and he's chosen to throw in the flag. Here we are. That is game 1 for Willy.
What a win! What a win indeed!
All right, here we are, game 2. Julian will be going first.
Yeah.
Is he going to stake his soul?
Let's take a look at this, and from Julian needs some setup.
Oh, and I'm looking on the right for Willy's hand. It looks fantastic. So let's see what Julian has to offer.
And we start things off with that K9 engine, a case for K9, allowing to add, for example, the Jokul, sometimes great starter for the deck.
Oh, but was that an Azuna he was hovering over? He's already got a Jokul. Why not get an Azuna?
And no interaction, no Drone and Lock Bird. Great news, I guess. And now we might see the Jokul with the Izuna to back it up. We'll set up maybe the Lupus, and then we can add, if he's playing it, a Lantern or just additional cards. Let's take a look at this. Yep.
The Izuna sends the Lupus to the graveyard. The Jokel's going to add Lantern, more than likely.
If we are playing it, we are playing it indeed. So we do get the Lantern, which means this is the full, K9 field.
Yep, and here we go. It's K9 time. Lantern in the hand. Ripper about to hit the field. Julian probably knows by now the kind of deck that Willy is on, and probably knows that he's unlikely to be interrupted by any monster effects, but still got to make this a Ripper because it does more than just negate monster effects. It also searches you a K9 monster and can be ranked up.
And look at that niche decision. Julian summoning the Ripper in defense position. Must have been paying attention to that match that we have talked about with those lightning storms playing around that card. Smart decision.
Yeah, we talked about that. Those might come into play later on if players get to see kind of the tech choices from the feature matches. It might affect their plays later on in the tournament. And now Lantern is going to bring back the Lupus.
Yep, and this is big. We could go and access that forced release if it's still in the deck, and then, go into yet another Xyz. We have seen some interesting options. Of course, one of the most premium one being that Balon, and might be the case.
Yeah, Lupus, even if you cannot use the effect, summon itself from the graveyard, still going to offer a little bit extra targeting protection. No infinite impermanences can be used on this Nash Knight, for example, while you have...
But we do have the Razen to back up the engine, but a Song of the Dominators from Willy.
He's going to try and negate that effect.
It's gonna resolve.
But is that a Vanquish Soul start? Yes, it is. He's going to carry on his engine.
And a Vanquish Soul start. You can hear the crowd supporting Julian. Definitely want to try and get this to game 3, and we do access the Holly for the first time in this match yet.
Yep, a Link summon is going to be performed for the Rock of the Vanquisher. Then the Rock of the Vanquisher effect is going to add back that rosin to Julian's hand. And now here is the Holly Sue.
Holly Sue going to let you access any card when you have a Fire and a Dark, which we do.
We do have Fire and Dark indeed. Also, if I'm not mistaken, we added another copy of a case for K9 instead of the first release. That's an interesting one. Maybe already in the end, maybe not in the deck at all. So
there is a possibility to rank up this Nash Knight and pop the case for K9, which will then allow you to set the forced release, a slightly more extensive interaction. And oh, we're going to get this Jokel now. Going to be able to search once again. 2 fires. More than happy to show this Ash Blossom if it means he gets another card to his hand.
We do have the 2 fires indeed, and we have just revealed, as you have mentioned, another interruption. This is looking incredible, but now I'm thinking back to that evenly match that we saw in game 1. If that is in the end, oh boy.
Yeah, here it comes. We could also just use Caesar maybe to destroy this case for K9, unless we want to make any more rank 5s.
All right, looks like he might be deciding to upgrade the Nash Knight now. Attaches a Chaos Monster to go into the Chaos Nash Knight.
Yeah, thinking about what to detach. Yeah, rightfully so. It's the Nash Knight itself. And here we are setting up extremely well with now this number C104.
Yeah, and the Masquerade, as mentioned, when summon gets to pop something. So we pop the case for K9, allowing you to activate the effect to set the forced release. So Julian going to have that extra case for K9 in hand for next turn if the game gets a little bit more grindy and he needs it. But he's also got that all-important 2 Vanquished Soul Monsters in play as well.
Oh, and as you can see, just reveals the entire end and keeps everything, because this allows you to set the Snow Devil in the end phase with the Vanquished Soul start. What a setup. Julian has made the amazing opener. Can Willy fight back?
Yeah, there's so much here for Julian, but as you were talking about, Marcello, does anything here negate an evenly matched? I don't think so. Evenly matched, a real blast from the past. I've not seen anyone play it, so can Willy find a copy?
It would be key. We know it's in the deck, as we saw in game number 1. He has plenty of going second cards. Just going to have to see how he's going to navigate this. He's
and
going to start with
Lightning Storm. Not quite everything is in defense, but you can still clear those face-down cards.
Yeah, getting rid of that field spell can sometimes be super important. Going to force out as well the Snow Devil here. Not going to have the effect to wipe the field, presumably because Julian doesn't have any cards that he wants to destroy.
But he'll also be able to use the Snow Devil here just to have that protection effect.
Dealing some damage, and at the same time, as you can see, upgrading to this K9X Werewolf, which is gonna be able later on to take a look at the opponent's end and banish a card from it.
Yeah, quite a tough one to play around if you're Willy and you want to keep cards in hand for cards like Droplet, or you don't want to have too many cards on the field in case of an evenly matched.
I mean, that if he drew Forbidden Droplet, that's an absolutely huge draw.
Let's see.
There's
now
still plenty of interaction with the Werewolf, the Umbral Horror, the Holly Sue, the Valius in hand.
Absolutely. It's a big moment here from Willy. Can he pull this off? He knows there is the Ash Blossom in hand as well, which doesn't make things easy. This might just be too much to fight from, and a normal summon of that Pookie, it seems.
One small little Cookie Yummy versus quite scary field is going to be linked away to Link Summon Yummy Snatchy.
Yeah, and Julian just waiting patiently for Willy to maybe activate a card, but I'm not sure that he has activated a card yet.
And I believe, yeah, now he has activated the effect of Snatchy, to which we are responding with then the Forbidden Droplet.
This is huge.
But Forbidden Droplet for only 1 card. Maybe he's going to have to do the Werewolf. Oh, but maybe you can take control of the Masquerade with the talents.
Let's see, let's see. Right now, we are gonna negate that C104 at resolution.
Now, the next play, what is it going to be from Willy? Kind of shaking his head, just sets a card face down.
And I think that might be a bait, actually. Is it? Like, we're gonna find out, because we are forced to use this Caesar, right? Here, but no, we use it right away to destroy the field.
Destroy
and
the
it's
set
a
talent.
set talent.
And yeah, Willie's just going to concede.
That's it. Julian takes game 2 back.
All right, the players are drawing their opening hands here.
Oh, there it is.
Let's take a look if we do have some action going on from Willie.
That's going to be a normal summon of Cupsy Yummy.
Best normal summon by far in the deck, usually going for that surprise, and that is going to be the case once more. But we do have the Fuvalos from Julien.
Julian will draw a card. Yummy Snatchy is going to activate the effect to place a field spell onto the field.
Yeah, Willie just not perturbed. He is happy to carry on searching a field spell, getting a revive, because he's already started with that Cupsy. That means he needs to do a little bit less. Julian is hovering over his hand. Can he do it again?
And there is the Ollisu.
That's huge. Willie's going to chain Yummy Surprise.
Makes a lot of sense. You want to set up those possible synchro plays right away before your opponent is gonna possibly take control of that Snatchy. And for now, he's not gonna do anything else. So Willie going for that Cupsy Yummy way, giving another draw for the Fuvalos, and then trying to search his deck.
Does Julian have an Ash Blossom?
Yeah, so threatening here from Julian. Summoning that Hollysu at any moment could be used to summon something from the deck or steal a monster from Willie.
Not gonna be quite prompted response. We are gonna add both of the other names, and then we are gonna discard a card from end.
He's got such a good looking hand right now. It's going to be a difficult decision what to discard.
And in the end, it's gonna be a Dominus Purge discarded, which can already speak volumes of the quality of cards. And at the same time, if we can assume that maybe there is a second copy of a Dominus card, that is an interesting decision. You now have a trap card in your graveyard, so all of the other Dominus or the Song of the Dominators have an additional effect.
Gonna put another copy of Fuvalos into the deck for Julian, forcing it back. Maybe another bad draw. Makes sense. If the Hollysu wasn't already on the field, then Fuvalos would be a fantastic draw. But once you've got a card on the field, likely that you're not going to be able to activate Fuvalos for the rest of the game.
Yeah, that's a good note that Milcharming Follows, even on your own turn, Yummy deck synchros so much during the opponent's turn, it can actually be quite useful.
That indeed is the case, but it's always a tough decision. This is one of those decks that can continue under Fuvalos, but it seems like right now we are only putting 2 cards face down and trying to exit the main phase. Gonna take a look at the graveyard. There is only Cupsy at the moment in terms of effect monsters. And I think that might be...
I think he's doing this in the end phase.
Yeah.
You can use the Hollysu in any phase you like. It's just the summon
and it's
that has to be done in the main
Fire
phase.
and Dark from the Hollysu.
What a start. This is exactly the start you need when you are going second in the semi-finals of the World Championships.
Absolutely, and no response at all from Willie. Not gonna use its Cupsy Yummy way yet. Ooh, and that's gonna be an interesting one. Actually going for the Geolong. Means we have a lot of Fire Monster in the end, most likely. And there it's gonna be the Razian already there. But
Dominus Purge is going to take it down, negate the effect, and destroy it since he discarded that first copy of Dominus Purge on turn 1.
Yeah, as mentioned, there might have been a bit of a read given that Willie discarded the first copy. But, yeah.
Yeah, he's already had to give it up now, so there's probably no more copies in hand. Also used the Yummy Surprise already, so Julian very, very happy here. No surprise that he knows about 2 Dominance Purge already in the graveyard. And oh, do you see that trap card as well?
Oof, we might have another surprise in store, but we draw back, and now it's Julian's turn. He has to navigate through this Cupsy Yummy way, and he starts things off with the Olisu.
Let's see what attributes he is revealing. It's looking like a Fire in a Dark. Now Willie's going to chain the effect of his Yummy Synchro to return to the extra deck to special summon back 2 Yummy monsters, and then another chain Infinite Impermanence on the Hollysu. Does Julian have one of the bigger monsters to return it to the hand and dodge this? Something like Heavy Borger or Caesar Valius? He doesn't.
Not quite, so we get to special summon back this Cupsy and Snatchy. We can access a Crookie plus a draw or a search. Up until now, Willie has always prioritized getting the second surprise. Will it be the case once more?
I feel like he went Chainlink 1 Snatchy, so I assume he's going to be searching with Cupsy.
Yep.
But he could just want to protect the effect from something being chain blocked into it, potentially.
And I do believe that makes a lot of sense. Yep. Once more, we go and search that surprise, maybe.
Yep, indeed. It is what he's going to add as Yummy Surprise. The field spell will be replaced.
And there goes the Croaky. He has done this plenty of times. This means that at the very least, we can access another Synchro and have destroy 1 card with the field spell.
Yeah, Tom was talking about how innocent these fields look from Yummy, but they actually pack a punch and have a lot of layered interaction and disruption.
Yeah, for example, that Joker we saw in game 1, just both of them get immediately set face downs, and you really don't want that to happen again because it's such a big investment of cards in hand. But when you've started the duel with a Fuelos, maybe you're willing to give away a few more cards.
Julian doesn't waste any time, goes immediately into the rock, recovering that Zhao Long, and might be moving on to normal summoning that Razen that has been revealed during the end phase. And there it is, so normal summon Razen, and it's Solemn Judgment.
Half the life points being paid, but this could stop Julian from summoning any more Vanquished Soul monsters for the turn. Rock of the Vanquisher works with the Vanquished Soul monsters, but is not a Vanquished Soul monster.
That's big. I mean, there was an option earlier on in the turn to just special summon the Jaya Long that was revealed before, but Julian decided to keep it, and let's see if he has a way to push through this. Must also keep in mind that there is a zone for the Infinite Impermanence. We have already seen that today.
Yeah, let's hope for Julian's sake that he puts it in the right zone. I think not under the rock of the Vanquisher.
It's very close to it.
Okay. Playing with fire, but not quite. And it's gonna be, again, the Stake Your Soul revealing a fire monster, to which Willie will respond with the Snatchy.
This is huge here because he's going to be able to destroy the monster that the Stake Your Soul comes out with thanks to that field spell.
Yeah, Stake Your Soul got to imagine is going to summon Razen. He just tried it and it was negated, so why not have another go?
Yummy plays pretty well into the K9 cards, as y'all mentioned earlier, not having to use any of those monster effects in the hand or a graveyard, so it doesn't turn those K9 effects online. But and now on a new chain,
we can use the Razen, to which we are going to respond with the search from Cupsy Yummy Way and an attempted distraction from Akruki.
So it's going to destroy it.
And it does resolve. That's big.
And now the Cupsy Yummy Way is going to resolve, adding 2 Yummy cards, and then Willie will have to send 1 card to the graveyard.
And most importantly, we set up the cookie that was not in the graveyard. As you can see, immediately Willie recognizing that. So now we have yet another interruption in the form of both the cookie in the graveyard and the cookie way in the extra deck.
And it looks like Julian is hovering over a Holly suit. He's used the effect last turn to summon it. He's used the effect this turn to summon a monster from the deck, so he can still summon it again from his hand this turn. These Vanquished Soul monsters just keep coming.
Yes, but this is starting to be tough for Julian, because as you can see, wow, actually get to reveal quite a few cards I guess just in sportsmanship for what have been revealed previous on in the turn. And that Jokul is big.
I like the idea of just summoning a Geolong now and just say, I'll just reveal 3 cards to you.
Yeah.
I could summon it now.
All right, so he's going to use the Rock of the Vanquisher to summon Typhon.
Wow.
And Typhon's going to attack over the Cupsy Yummy Way.
That's an interesting option, but that is all due to that one face down card, possibly setting up one. We thought he would try to move with his play, but I guess with that recovered Ollisu, he doesn't have to do it this turn. He can just play it slow, get rid of the Synchro Monster, and just call it a day.
Yeah, that is quite the play here, taking me by surprise for sure when you've still got so many more pushes, but instead...
But now there is a trap card,
There
and
can
there
be
can be only one.
But he's going to immediately link away the Cupsy Yummy into Relinquish Anima.
And here you can see Julian thinking about it. He knows...
just needs a Synchro Summon.
Yeah, but he can use the Ollisu. If you can out that Anima, I think this might almost be the game, because that card is so good against Yummy.
Yeah, we have used the Dominance Purge from the hand, though. So how are we going to resolve an SP?
You're completely right, Tom.
I don't see the out once you.
Did he use it from the hand?
Yeah, he did.
He didn't set it. He didn't set it, actually.
Because it was used during his own turn, so there's no way it could have been used.
True.
You're
How do you ever
right.
out this?
And Hollysu's effect's going to be activated to special summon from the hand.
Will Julian even let him get this far, though, to even try and get to an SP? I don't think so.
The Fire in the Dark being revealed again for Hollysu.
And Wilfredo with that clutch top deck.
The one copy of There Can Be Only One. Sighted in while he knew he was going second, because he knows how powerful it can be, even if you aren't going first.
Yeah, the crowd is buzzing with this. I don't really see how Willie gets out of this. The Yummy deck, so powerful, so consistent, but when you only have one line of attack, it makes you vulnerable to these traps. This was the card that started the Vanquish Soul strategy. You know, the first time it came out before the Hollysu, they all have different types, so everyone was main decking 3 copies of this card, but now, of course, you are down to just the 1 copy, and it's used to winning games in a lot more of an honest way, I would say, nowadays.
The collector version from the same set that Vanquish Soul was released in, actually.
Yeah, and I mean, as you've mentioned, sometimes you see this area of plays, but great recognition by Julian in just saying, I don't need to do any flashy line. Gets rid of the Anima. How can we even out this at this point? Wow.
What can Willie do?
An uphill battle, never count Willie out, but in this spot, it seems like Julian really is trying to find these weak points.
There can be only one world champion here this weekend, and Julian is hoping it's going to be him. Reveals double fire for Zhao Long, so he's going to be able to add another card from the deck to the hand.
And that just works perfectly, because as you can see, we can get that heavy Borga. Wow.
Just incredible.
Really, really incredible effort. Going first, going through his plays. Obviously heavy to deal with that Fuva loss, but still ending up with a strong field. Julian just finding those outs, and look at how the tables have turned.
How the turns have tabled.
What is there to do?
Heavy Borger effect being activated. I want to know what Willie's going to do. I mean, it seems like Julian's just kind of playing a solo mode game right now.
Indeed, we can just reveal that Joke will try to get yet another fresh throw off the top.
Yeah,
I just don't see anything in Willie's hand that's going to help, but
I guess, yeah, we are just gonna be recycling some resources here, but what is the play?
Is there a way to synchro summon without having a beast? I just don't see it, yeah. He's not running Effect Veiler.
I mean, his own Typhon, I guess, just to try and keep things interesting, but it doesn't seem like that gets him anywhere. If he's even playing the card in the first place, so...
It's going to be a normal summon of Cookie Yummy. It's going to be Willie's first action to fight back. Then
And
just
I
set
think
2
it's
cards
just a
face
couple
down.
sets.
The writing is on the wall here. I think both these players know where we are going.
Not looking promising, and it's a pass back to Julian, who is now free to do whatever he wants, starting things off by drawing some cards, and you can see Willie shaking his head. He has no reason to pick up his cards. He has been in a similar spot before, right in the finals of the NAWCQ, where everyone thought that he had lost that game 3, but I don't think Julian wants to give him that ticket to the finals. I'm sure we both know, looking at each other, as you can see, they are sharing some few words.
Adds a copy of Vanquish Soul Dr. Madlove that's immediately going to be summoned. Oh, but it's the same type as Typhon. Can't do that just yet.
And for Julian is just growing and
just keep
growing.
Willie's at
simple.
3,900. He has a lot of damage on the field already.
And
He's just going to go to battle phase.
Let's go to the table. Here they are, and let's see this die roll. It's a 2 from Tom, matched by a 4 from Rosalie. And there goes the handshake. Let's see.
I think Rosalie chose to go first.
Yeah, possibly willingly for the first time this weekend.
Almost a necessity here to win that die roll.
And I think that is the case. Indeed, she's gonna go first. Are we gonna see some engages?
Well, we see at least a rose that can get you a Sky Striker link.
And there is engage!
Sky Striker, mobilize, engage.
This is the card that just doesn't go away. Mobilize, engage. We've seen it in so many finals throughout the years.
Ooh, multi-roll.
A multi-roll, another throwback, not one of the newer cards, but the old cards working perfectly well together in combination. It's amazing to see, Billy, because on the one hand, you said that these are the Duelist Advanced decks, so is Duelist Advanced against Justice
a
Hunters?
second engage! Wow.
Indeed, these duelists are advancing, and Rosalie is advancing with another copy of Engage to add the Sky Striker maneuvers, Widow Anchor.
And let's keep count of the number of spells. I think it's just 1.
Okay, well, Charmy follows.
Interesting timing for that Fuvalos, and we might see a response on this from Rosalie.
Yeah, was seeing a card in the hand for Rosalie, but will she choose to use it now?
I mean, this is tough. You don't want to give any draws to
And there is Cold Buy! Not only does it stop the Fuvalos, but it puts a third spell card in the graveyard, and with this rose, now we can access that Kagari, possibly to get one of the engages back, and that is going to be alright for Tom. We have not used the effect of the multi-roll, which can protect all of our spell cards, as well as sending the third to the graveyard. So let's see whether Rosalie wants to do that.
God, this is going almost all the way back to 2020, this opening field. I mean, the rose a little bit older than that, but these engages and multi-rolls, this is just classic Sky Striker gameplay right now.
But not quite. She skips on the effect of multi-roll, going directly for this engage that is not gonna give her a draw quite yet, but is gonna get one of those important spells, recovering a lot of the advantages. We have seen it plenty of times already in the previous round, and there it is, the Lemnis Gate.
Yeah, one of this fantastic new cards. Lemnis Gate can recycle your cards whilst interrupting the opponent, bouncing a number of cards. And here we go in the end phase. We're going to see the Shizuku Shizuku going to be able to get linkage and presumably use in the end phase and rank up into the new Sky Striker equals 0.
And there it is, the linkage coming down and getting more spells that then can be set due to that multi-roll in the end phase, possibly, even though we are already in the end phase.
Yeah, what is that a set now? You've filled up the spell and trap zone already, so maybe we just go ahead, get an engage for the next turn, and let's see what Tom has. Oh, another copy of Widow Anchor.
So we're going to use the Widow Anchor on her own card and then reset it with the multi-roll. So now she has Widow Anchor, and the Limit's Gate.
Yeah, maximum disruption right now.
And this is the way you have to play this matchup. Just trying to stop Lunalight in every which way. Tom is already down a card since that Flawless was stopped by Call to the Grave. He will be drawing to 5 cards in hand, but at least 3 forms of interaction. We'll have to see if Tom has some high impact cards. Even just like 1 copy of Heavy Polymerization could just end the duel essentially.
Yeah, I mean, and we have seen this Call by the Grave that have been important for Roselle to negate the Fuvalos, not giving free draws to Tom. Can he fight back, or as she find a way around this unfortunate matchup?
What is there for Tom? We've been seeing him play these field-breaking cards, but do any of them include Harpy's Feather Duster, Lightning Storm? You've got to think those are the cards that you desperately want in your hands right now. Who needs to answer that field of monsters when there's 5 cards in the spell and trap card zones?
And yeah, as you can see, asked to look at the graveyard, but there are more than 3 spells in there, meaning all of the additional effects are alive, and we start things off with that Lunalight Masquerade.
Yep, and this card lets Tom send a Lunalight monster from the deck to the graveyard. It also has some other effects which are pretty cool that will involve polymerization and being able to use the materials from your graveyard potentially later on in the turn, but it's a good way to get things started because you're able to send Lunalight Silverhound to the graveyard, which will special summon a Lunalight monster from the deck.
And as you said, Billy, this Leo is a super important piece of the puzzle for the Lunalight deck, but there's so many ways just to negate it. At least 2 Widow Anchors face down for Rosalie, plus some more cards.
All right, Lunalight Gold Leo's coming down, and this is surely going to prompt maybe the Widow Anchor that is known. Yep.
And there comes the Widow Anchor. I mean, Tom rightfully so will ever read at it. When there are 3 spells, you can also take control of the Gold Leo, but that would shut down. And here we have a response
Chain
of
Book
the Book of Eclipse.
He wants to resolve this Gold Leo effect.
This is a very niche interaction, but if you chain the other Widow Anchor, it would in fact do nothing in this case. So very wise for Rosalie not to do it, because cards being set sort of releases them from any effects that we're applying to them, like effect negation or Widow Anchor.
Really
Unlike
good
cards
note.
being sent to the graveyard, is a very strange one, but you gotta know these things if you want to become the world champion.
And definitely looks like Rosalie no, not even thinking about it for a second. Now, what is Tom going to want to add? He can add and send a Yellow Martin, and that would allow him to access a Lunalight spell from the deck if he has something like Lunalight Fusion he's trying to dig for. And this is indeed going to be Lunalight Yellow Martin. Now, yep, going for the Lunalight Fusion, just as it seemed like he was going to do, because Rosalie does control a monster special summon from the extra deck. This could be an easy way to cheat out a Lunalight Fusion monster.
Got to keep in mind, though, Rosalie can always chain that Rose as she's gonna, sorry, the 0.
And there's Tom and the Called by the Grave.
But wait,
That's his signature card.
there is in the graveyard that Lemnis Gate. Can we just return the Rose to the extra deck?
Looks like you're right. That is what Rosalie's going to do. Going to banish the Sky Striker Ace 0, so it's not going to be able to be banished from the Called by the Grave, so the effect will resolve.
And that's a great call, as mentioned, Tom, and that means we are resolving it indeed.
So many tricks this Sky Striker deck has up its sleeve. Gonna get to summon a Rose and a Ray, and put the Lemniscate in the graveyard as well. One extra trigger effect, and take away any extra deck monsters
We can't resolve
from the
the
field.
fusion, yeah. That's big, no more Lunalights.
No more Lunalights potentially. Roselli can't activate Widow Anchor anymore. But he does have the Yellow Martin in the graveyard, which can already summon itself by returning the Masquerade. But Lunalight Perfume is huge. That's going to bring back a Lunalight monster. It's also going to let him search for a Lunalight monster from the deck, something like Lunalight Tiger. And Lunalight Tiger in combination with Lunalight Yellow Martin, as you mentioned earlier, Marcello, is the old school Lunalight combo pieces. And now he still has access to, he has Lunalight Black Sheep as well. So he's going to be able to discard it to add either back a Lunalight monster or a polymerization from the deck to the hand.
What is this card Rosalie is thinking about? She's already used her copy of Called by the Grave.
I mean, an incredible effort for sure, but Tom also trying to use some of his tricks, and we are going to be using this Ray.
Ray is going to be sent to the graveyard to special summon Sky Striker Ace Kagari with her own effect. The Black Sheep will resolve, adding polymerization from the deck to the hand. Now Kagari's effect will activate on summon. Tom taking another look at that Rose to make sure he knows all the effects. Don't want to overlook anything here in the top 4 of the World Championship. And Sky Striker Mobilize Engage will return to Roselli's hand.
She's going to have all this follow-up for next turn, if only she can make it there. And we're going to trigger here the Lemniscate, allowing her to perform a Link Summon.
Trying to clear that main monster zone of any monsters so she will be able to use her Sky Striker maneuvers. And Chain Forbidden Droplet, that's the card we didn't know.
Wow.
But the Gold Leo's effect already activated earlier, but Gold Leo has the second effect. If a Lunalight is sent to the graveyard, it can add back to the hand, and it's going to be a Link Summon for Zeke.
My goodness, more engages coming back to the hand.
That's crazy.
Yeah, gonna banish this Leo.
It's still, I don't know if it's gonna be enough though, because Tom has so many plays still to happen. He has the Perfume to add and discard to get access to Tiger. Tiger can bring back another monster. He has the Yellow Martin, but losing that Gold Leo was an important level 4 monster that Tom needed.
Indeed, but we have yet one more face-down card from Rosalie. It's gonna be the crucial one.
I think we know. I think it's a Widow Anchor. I think it was searched at the very beginning of Rosalie's turn, but let's see if
I do
Tom
think it
can
is.
remember that as well.
Because she did set a second copy with the Shizuku, so that should very well be.
So the Perfume is going to be banished, discarding that polymerization.
We're going to be able to bring back 3 monsters here in combination if you search
This is tough.
Tiger Dancer.
The only level 4 monster is the Yellow Martin. Yeah, he has to go for Lunalight Wolf. He might be using this Lunalight Wolf just to go into Perfume Dancer. I think that is what is going to be happening here. Going to have to banish the 2 Silverhounds, or the Silverhound and the Black Sheep. But you want to keep that Silverhound in the graveyard if you can. But yeah, Lunalight Wolf, special summoning Perfume Dancer. Perfume Dancer will be adding another Lunalight Perfume, but that's going to prompt the Widow Anchor.
There goes the Widow Anchor, the last line of defense, taking this Perfume Dancer.
And the Masquerade, or no, sorry, the monster he used for the material is adding back the polymerization.
I think it,
or was it the
it's
Masquerade? It was the Masquerade.
Yeah.
Okay, it was the Masquerade adding it back.
The Masquerade, he's going to get a few monsters in play, but can he make anything? Can he get 2 level 4s? There aren't any fantastic Link monsters in the Lunalight theme, so
He needed that. He really needed the search there for the Perfume. So heads up play for Roselli using the Widow Anchor on the Perfume Dancer.
using every interruption available to her.
And, you know, Tom knows the one card in hand is Sky Striker Mobilize Engage.
Is there any card, any other card it could be against Sky Striker?
Usually not, usually not.
Oh, and we see a shuffle, and this might be end if that is getting returned to the field. I can only assume
the Gold Leo comes back at the end phase that was banished by the Sky Striker Zeke.
So it's the end phase. Rosalie has managed to keep that aggression at bay, and now she gets a full turn with that engage already in end. Wow.
With the Zeke as well. Does the Zeke set cannot be link summoned with or something like this? Or you can just use it and make another Kagari, get back another engage.
No, it doesn't really have any restriction of that kind.
I mean, this is what we talked about. This is a tough matchup for Sky Striker, but if Rosalie was able to win the die roll and set up multiple layers of interactions as she did, she's had to play it exactly this way to put herself in a position to steal this game number 1 in this tough matchup.
Yeah, she's been stealing monsters, and maybe it will be enough to steal the game. So many interruptions she was able to set up, at plus that one piece of follow-up for the next turn, which will be critical.
No Ash Blossom. The engage is going to add a linkage, and she will definitely be able to draw a card.
Absolutely. Engage resolving once more. As mentioned, there is no time. This duel can go all the way to game 3 safely.
Yeah, I think so many players have been in this situation before. We know what is about to happen. We're going to activate engage. We're going to draw a card. We're going to add back the engage and play it again and draw another card. And one card in hand will suddenly become 4, 5, 6 almost overnight.
And it's a foolish burial goods. Interesting inclusion in the deck. Just going to be a sort of Upster Goblin with the Metalfoes Fusion.
Hey, shout out to Metalfoes Fusion for all the Metalfoes fans out there. It's funny, these are the 2 decks that can play Foolish Burial Goods. Sometimes you see it in Lunalight as well, being able to send down Lunalight Perfume.
Yeah, you have some interesting options. Can always, you know, send an engage to get it back with Kagari, as well as maybe, you know, if it's in their Black Gold Lofts. So it's definitely an interesting power spell. And let's take a look at this other draw.
Yeah, I really love it.
And it's the engage!
Engage and engage! We're so back!
Oh, wow. The last copy of engage in deck hand has been picked up.
She shuffled it back in. Tom has had someone draw 3 engages against him in the previous feature match, but I think in this one it's going to be a little tougher to cope with.
These judges just giving these favorable shuffles here to Rosalie, and see what it's going to be the next draw off the engage. We still haven't seen the Kagari just yet that you were talking about, but going to use Zeke's effect first to send... Oh, she drew the Metalfoes Fusion. Small victory for Tom.
Indeed. Now, as mentioned, she has used the effect of Zeke sending the Metalfoes Fusion to reduce by 1000 the attack of the Perfume Dancer, so that it could be attacked over, and now we are going to use that linkage to special summon even more link monsters.
Yeah, here comes presumably the 0. Having used already a multi-roll. Oh, she's going to add the 0 back.
Yeah, the linkage goes back to the end. Not quite the engage, I guess, prioritizing this battle presence.
Now the Kagari is going to attack over the Lunalight Gold Leo, sending it straight to the graveyard. You want to get this Yellow Martin off the field because it will be banished, and then once it's gone, it's gone. But that is why she added back the linkage, because the battle phase is still happening. This quick play Sky Striker secret maneuver is going to summon Hayate. Hayate is going to attack over the Yellow Martin. Yep, and now Yellow Martin is banished, and that's devastating for Lunalights. And another copy of linkage is going to turn Hayate into the 0 you were talking about, Tom. And then another linkage is going to bring out Shizuku and go for game Does Tom? He's trying to figure it out, run the numbers, do the math. Rosalia's already done it, and she's taken game one.
Game one.
All right, Tom's time to start things off.
That is a handful of spells for Rosalie. Could this be the shortest feature match we've had so far this weekend?
And there it is, as mentioned, the foolish burial goods, but this time for Tom.
Yep, so this is step one. He has a playable card in his hand. That's really all he needs to get to where he needs to be. Being able to send, okay, he's going to send the Serenade Dance, probably a card that was sided in. A lot of Lunalight players don't main deck this card, but will put it in when they're going first.
Yeah, it makes an awful lot of sense. This is a card that's slightly weak if you draw it, but having those extra options for extending your plays is a fantastic thing to have going first. So you got to discard a card and banish it from your grave, and then you can just summon a Lunalight straight from your deck. Seems to be a bit of a theme, with the Gold Leo doing exactly the same thing, but adding and then discarding.
Yeah, and drawing both copies of Foolish Burial Goods here makes sense. Easy choice for a discard, but as we can expect, Rosalie not really to interact with Tom. He's free to set up these combos, and we have seen already throughout the previous future matches what the Lunalight deck can do.
Yeah, the end result of this field could potentially be SP Little Knight, Baguska, and a couple copies of Lunalight Liger Dancer, but we're going to see Shohei is going to use the Black Sheep, and then the Leo will add back the Black Sheep.
Yeah, here we are. This is probably
if he chooses.
The first time on stream for Tom to display his full Lunalight combo, where you just need one Gold Leo, not even needing a normal summon to do all of this.
And polymerization is going to be used, but going to be sent right back to the hand thanks to the Kaleido Chick. The Perfume Dancer is going to add a Lunalight Perfume.
Yeah, and as you can see here, area of plays, adding even more resources from deck to advance this combo.
All Rosalie can do here is sit and watch as Tom dances his way to his end field with all these Lunalight cards.
Yeah, this
He's going to use the Masquerade effect, I think, to discard here, so he'll be able to banish from his graveyard later on in this turn for the polymerization. And Lunalight Perfume is next.
Yeah, Tom playing the archetype that's most fitting with the ceremony that we had for this event with those amazing dancers and keeping it up here.
The Kaleido Chick only once each time it is on the field. You'll see its effect happen over and over again. Going to send the Lunalight Leo Dancer to copy the name, but more importantly, putting that fusion in the graveyard for a multitude of reasons.
Yeah, it is one of those slightly older cards. You can just use it as many times as it is on the field, rather than only once per turn for the whole card.
Lunalight Tiger, yeah, he's going for the full combo here, bringing back the Black Sheep. The Perfume Dancer is going to return the Tiger to the hand. It's going to be played again to special summon back from the graveyard, bringing back a level 4, and that's going to be the Lunalight Gold Leo. Polymerization is going to be used next, so he's going to use the Black Sheep. All 4 monsters, the Kaleido Chick has the name of Leo Dancer, so it will count to be able to use for the first Liger Dancer.
And here is the card that we have been talking about all weekend, that boss monster in Lunalight Liger Dancer, unaffected by card effects except Lunalight cards, which pretty much makes it not really outable at all unless you're able to make, you know, a Kagari with, well, quite a lot of spell cards in the graveyard.
And it looks like a heavy investment, but all those Lunalight monsters have effects when they're sent to the graveyard by card effect. The Kaleido Chick adding back the polymerization, the Black Sheep adding back another Lunalight monster. He still has the Perfume in the graveyard that he can banish to search for the Lunalight Wolf that he's missing. He has the Yellow Marten that he hasn't used that can return the Lunalight Tiger. He's going to have the ideal Lunalight field here on this game number 2.
Yeah, here we go. Baguska, I mean, it's normally the icing on the cake with the 2 dancers, but in this case against Skystrike, I don't even see that it does,
Yeah,
does all that much.
Yeah.
Maybe he goes for something different, knowing that potentially. But the Yellow Martin returned the Tiger. The Tiger brought back the Kaleido Chick. The Kaleido Chick's effect's going to be used again to copy another name. Can't quite see what he sent. Maybe we can get that graveyard tidied up just a little bit. Would be nice. And let's see where he goes next.
I think it was a Leo Dancer. So
No, it could have been. Sometimes you send a Perfume, but yeah, it probably was a Leo Dancer because you need it in the graveyard for the fusion later on.
We have seen Dugares plenty of times. Is it gonna be again the number 60 Dugares? It seems like it will be. But which effect are we going to be using? I think we are drawing cards. Makes sense.
We were always going to draw here. The Dugares he'll be able to use as a material to summon SP Little Knight later on. Might as well dig a little bit deeper and see if you can get some hand interactions, just in case there's something unexpected from Roselli's side. But even just one Liger Dancer is a tall order for Sky Striker to answer, let alone a couple copies.
yeah, this was exactly what Rosalie was fearing. I mean, she's no stranger to this, right? She has been watching people play and make their end field all weekend with her Sky Striker deck, happily saying, okay, you do what you're going to do, and I am going to break it. But is this one that she can break?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I love that strategy. It has been successful in the past and this weekend, but when your opponent, can summon an unaffected monster, that changes quite a bit your plans. And yeah, here it is, Tom not willing to stop, summoning back more as a graveyard full of additional effects, even for next turn, if he wishes to do so.
Yep, another copy of Lunalight Perfume, just going to bring back the Kaleido Chick yet again. Going to send another monster just to have materials for a fusion summon later on. Since he did use that effect of Lunalight Masquerade, he will be able to banish the materials when he uses Polymerization from that graveyard.
And I think we might be going to this SBO. Yep.
So maybe no Baguska here, since usually you usually use Cross Sheep to get to the Baguska. Just going to be okay with a couple copies of Liger Dancer. As you mentioned, Baguska not so strong against Sky Striker.
Yeah, for sure. And we're getting this effect of Masquerade, allowing Polymerization to fuse from the grave. I love how many themes now use Polymerization just as a kind of part of themselves. You can use it in, for example, the Dracotel deck and this Lunalight deck. All great places for the original Polymerization.
One unaffected monster is probably good enough to win against the Sky Striker deck. Might as well summon a second just in case. And
we call it insurance.
Absolutely, I mean. And this has been quite the turn from Tom. We'll see whether Rosalie even is going to attempt to break this field, or whether she's just gonna pick up her cards and go into game 3.
Looks like you're gonna play, and it's gonna be that chicken game. We're playing the chicken game here in top 4.
Oh, I absolutely love the fact that they got into a full-on battle of the chicken games in the last top 8 feature match, because it's so often the case, this card, you just play it, you pay 1,000, you draw a card, and you carry on with your life and continue doing whatever combos you were doing before. But in this case, it just stayed on the field for like 3 or 4 turns.
It was quite hilarious. Yeah, made for some fun Yu-Gi-Oh! Next up, she's going to activate Foolish Burial Goods. This is step 1. She's going to have to fill the graveyard with, 10 spells? 13 spells?
I think
13
even more. I mean,
more?
depending on it. Just straight up, it would be closer to 20. But then you can maneuver through, with maybe the linkage. It's rough.
But this is the World Championship, so you might as well give it the good try here.
Well, Tom just indicating that he is not allowed to draw a card.
Okay, I was like, is his deck zone locked? I'm not. I still have PTSD from that card. Just watching the zones get locked by the Kashtira deck a couple of years ago.
We are gonna send this Metalful Fusion right back, both of our duelists opening with that card.
Shoutouts to Pendulums. I mean, Lunalights have Pendulum monsters, even though they mainly work like continuous spell cards. Quick shuffle here before the draw for the fusion. The judge gave them the Metalful Fusion last time.
But it seems like this time around, an engage is gonna be there for Rosalie, but not as exciting as in the previous game, I'd say. The end is strong, don't get me wrong. Like against any other deck, this would be a strong opener. But she has seen enough and picks up her cards, not gonna attempt to break this field. Nice handshake, and here it is. I see the card that I've been hinting at, but let's see whether Rosalie will be able to use it. We are entering the main phase for her. Do we see engage later on?
I'm wondering if Rosalie got the idea from Time Wizard, because I think this card's actually been picking up a little bit in there. It's strange to see a card just straight out of that format. I mean, there are lots of crossover cards, but this is one I did not think we would be seeing this weekend.
That is indeed the case, but first we start things off. No Fuvalos from Tom, and we can just go and grab ourselves our engage from deck. Straight up, but a Drone Lock Bird. Wow.
That's pretty huge. That engage won't be adding any cards. You have to take a sec to think, but no, the deck will not be adding any more cards from the deck to the hand. Going to get a bit of shuffle.
That is absolutely brutal. It could spell disaster for Rosalie. She had a very solid plan, but Tom, again, including those Drone Lock Birds, one of the few duelists this weekend with that card in his deck, and here it's just gonna be so strong.
Yeah, it is a bit of a catch-all Drone Lock Bird. Maybe he just had it in the side as a respect for his own deck, the Lunalight deck, in case anyone else brought it, because we can see how powerful it would be there.
And I think that's pretty much it. We are gonna see 3 cards face down, and let's see if that is all we are gonna do.
Yeah, Droll stopping Rosalie from being able to access Widow Anchor, just huge here. But maybe she happened to open up with one in her hand. We also know she has that other card that you were talking about, but not going to be able to use it yet.
No, she will be, but not yet. Yeah, she still at that 0, and we start things off with that Fractal.
Tri-Brigade Fractal, very useful in the Lunalight strategy. It's able to send Lunalight Silverhound to the graveyard. And there it is.
And that's going to grant Tom a special summon from the deck. Is it gonna be the Leo? You can tell both of them extremely focused on this game. Both amazing, but only one of them can move. And yes, it is that Leo. Do we see a response here from Rosalie?
Is there a Widow Anchor?
And it is Widow Anchor on the Leo.
So she had it in the opening hand. That's huge. This is step 1. What else does Tom have in terms of Lunalight cards? Does he have another monster? Does he have a Black Sheep to get to polymerization? Is there a Fire Formation Tinky? It's a Foolish Burial. That's at least going to be able to send a Yellow Martin to the graveyard at the very minimum to return the Gold Leo to summon itself back. And that, yeah, it's going to have to send Yellow Martin. Drawing multiple copies like Fractal and Foolish Burial together when they're both trying to do the same thing. Not exactly where you want to be, but the Foolish Burial, not too bad.
Yeah, the Masquerade again, a third chance to send a Lunalight from deck to grave B. You do start to run out of useful targets at some point.
Taking a moment to read over Yellow Martin. It has to be sent to the graveyard by a card effect, and that was indeed the case with Foolish Burial. Now Masquerade being activated. Let's see if Tom decides to send another Lunalight monster to the graveyard.
I think maybe Rosalie just thinking about the Sky Striker Ace equals 0 on the field there. When is the best time to use it? You get 1 pop of a card, so do you need to pop a card before the Yellow Martin targets it?
That is definitely an interesting timing, and she decides to pull this off, and It's gonna be definitely an interesting turn of events, because I believe we might turn this Ray into a Shizuku for a very specific reason.
Yeah, it's time. We've all been excited for it.
It's really going to... Tom's going to need multiple cards in his hand to be able to continue to play in this turn. Yep. Ray from the graveyard, Rose from the deck. The Masquerade will be destroyed, so it can't be returned with that Yellow Martin. And now, as you said, the quick effect of Ray is going to activate the special summon the Shizuku. But why would she summon Shizuku?
Because we have Spiritual Water Art Aoi! What a surprise coming all the way down, revealing the end. But it is a powerful end indeed from Tom, having both the perfume and the fusion already.
The perfume is just incredible. That's the card he needed. Even if it's discarded, it has a useful effect in the graveyard. If it's not, it has a useful effect on the field and the graveyard. The perfume is the perfect answer here for Tom. You have to discard it still.
Might as well, because Tom can... You know, he would have just got a summon from the grave, but that Lunalight Fusion not going to do anything. Rosalie controls no monsters special summoned from the extra deck. And I think we've got a hint of that last face-down card, so how will it be used to best effect?
Do we?
Yeah.
Yeah, she showed it when she... I mean, maybe not to Tom, hopefully, but she showed it to us.
Oh, I didn't... I happened to miss... I was like, I don't know what it is.
Yeah, she did briefly... over it. Luckily, she did not flip it, but
I think I know.
We are gonna see that Lunalight perfume.
Discarding the Silver Hound is going to be able to add a Lunalight card, probably Lunalight Tiger, especially with that Yellow Martin already in the graveyard. I don't know. There's a lot of options. Tom still has his normal summon available to him as well.
Absolutely. As mentioned, we now have full knowledge of what is in the end from Tom.
Doesn't want to make a mistake here this late into the game. And he could be mere moments away from making it to the finals of the 2025 Yu-Gi-Oh! World Championship here in Paris, France.
Such interesting choices, of course. Who would have thought that Sky Striker alone would be in the top 4 and the Spiritual Water Art next to it.
Thinking about Black Sheep. Yep, and he's going to go for Kaleido Chick, because Kaleido Chick is a great normal summon. Going to normal summon the Kaleido Chick, activate the effect to send. It's looking like a fusion, because now that there's a fusion and the Silver Hound in the graveyard, that's going to allow Tom to negate any spell or trap that activates on the field, and with only one card in the spell and trap zone, that's not looking good for Roselle. He could also just use the Lunalight Fusion here to fuse the Gold Leo and the Kaleido Chick for a Perfume Dancer.
And I think this is where we might ever think if we are Rosalie. Because we might respond to this. And we do with the Black Goat Laugh.
But it's just going to be negated by the Silver Hound.
Absolutely, it is a good spot.
I'm using all the cards in his hand right now, though, so how does he continue?
He has a lot of plays to keep on going with this Perfume Dancer, adding another copy of Lunalight Perfume. And if there's one thing we've learned is Lunalight Perfume is not once per turn. The Yellow Martin can still come back from the graveyard.
Just checking if there was an infinite impermanence in terms of columns. That has been done before already, and now he's gonna think about what to bring back. It is the Kaleido Chick. And this is just so promising. We know that even though there is that Sky Striker mobilizing engage in the end, if Tom is able to summon that Dancer, Liger Dancer, it's all over.
Yeah, I think surely he is, because you can return it to the hand. It gives you a discard for the Perfume.
Yep, and that is going to be the case. His graveyard is still extending past the frame, so he can't see the top of the graveyard. But it's going to add the Lunalight Wolf.
And that is exactly what he needs, just moments away from summoning that boss monster, the Liger Dancer.
And with the Perfume Dancer on the field already as well, the Rose is a special summoned monster.
And the Chick prevents anything from activating in the battle phase.
Yep, and now the effect's going to be activated.
And we move to the battle phase, and that is it.
This is it. We are here in the finals. It's time to duel one last time here at the 2025 World Championship. It's going to be a 3 roll from Tom and a 5 from Julian.
Ho, 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 ho.
So Julian will be able to go first.
Yeah, a clear crowd favorite here. Julian representing France and NA, and the French crowd are absolutely loving it.
Let's see some of these plays. We do enter main phase, it seems.
And there it is, that
And there is Razen!
Glued to Julian's hand in this top 8. Razen and Holly are surely his best friends this weekend.
The Vanquish Soul Razen is going to be able to allow him to add any Vanquish Soul monster from the deck to the hand, the key card, and of course there it is, Vanquish Soul Holly Sue.
But we saw that Phovalos coming down from Tom. Probably one of the few interruptions, but Ash Blossom.
Ash Blossom and Joyous Spring going to stop Tom in his tracks, but now he's in the danger zone because he used a monster effect from the hand.
Yes, he used it indeed. At the same time, this is one less fire monster in the end from Julian, and that might complicate things in terms of attributes.
Yeah, it doesn't look that complicated for him just yet. He's searched a card, he's added that Razen back to the hand, going to replenish the number of fires. Got the Holly Sue. I think I spot a dark. Here comes Case for K9.
I mean, we've mentioned it. He is the player that has included the most copies of this card in his deck. And now, as Billy was saying, this Izuna is there.
Yep, and it's going to be special summoned right away. And then it's going to send a K9 monster from the deck to the graveyard. We can only expect it to be that K9 Lupus.
Yeah, it is just devastating when you activate your hand interaction and it gets negated, meaning you've not got the benefit of what you were trying to do, and your opponent then gets all the benefit. So, yeah.
Can't ask for a better start here for Julian.
Not only do we get that benefit, we get the one from Reaper as well, and we have seen Julian is on force released already, so he can just set it here if you wish to do so, but no, we are actually gonna change things up, it seems.
I think he was just reminding Tom the cards he's already shown this turn.
Ripper is going to add a copy of K9 Jokul from the deck to the hand.
Makes a lot of sense, and as mentioned, given that Phovalos, we can set the force release already.
Just an incredible start here. Holly Sue's going to be coming down next, revealing the Vanquish Soul Razen, special summoning to the field.
We have a fire and a dark that are known, so we can just go and reveal those two.
Do we have the second fire if we get to summon, or will we go for Mad Love?
I think you have to go for Mad Love. You want to make sure you have access to the Vanquish Soul start, so you can have access to the Vanquish Soul Dust Devil.
Julian just got everything he could possibly wish for. There's just no way to imagine this game 1 going better for him right now. All the Vanquished Souls at his disposal, all the K9s at his disposal. Tom 1 card down already and got absolutely nothing to show for it.
And Heavy Borger is going to be activated next, returning the Holly Sue back to the hand. Heavy Borger is probably going to reveal a Dark here to allow Julian to draw another card. He's going to reveal that Jokul we already knew was in the hand. When this deck is operating at maximum efficiency, it is hard to stop for any strategy, but Tom may have some cards in his deck that he has a ton of cards we already seen on stream that are really useful at going second, so you don't want to count him out just yet, and Julian probably knows that, so he's going to have to play very carefully and make sure he doesn't make any mistakes with this great hand that he's been given.
Yeah, he wants to sequence it as carefully as possible. He wants to give himself the best chance, the maximum number of interruptions, the maximum resilience to cards like Book of Eclipse, Lightning Storm, Dark Ruler no more.
Now here comes the draw from Heavy Borger.
I mean, we have seen just how much this deck can do when uninterrupted. It has been the case already in the previous matches. And it's a scary feeling nonetheless. And Tom, we know, is most likely, you know, on those field-breaking spells, but are those gonna be enough against what Julian is about to come up with? Not only do you see the first release, most likely the Snow Devil is gonna be there. So something like a Dark Ruler No More doesn't actually shut down all of the interactions.
Definitely, and we saw the Jokels come down, and a Jokel added a copy of the K9 Lantern. We mentioned Julian is on a heavier K9 engine in his Vanquish Soul strategy, and when you draw like this, it is so much more devastating to the opponent.
Yeah, we're going to get that start not even used yet. Julian's hand is absolutely overflowing at this point in time.
Yep,
six cards in hand.
Caesar Valius online. These two level 5 monsters are going to be overlaid for probably what I could only think would be Nesh Knight.
Nesh Knight, such an amazing card, both on his own and when upgraded to that C104.
Yeah, C104 Umbral Horror Masquerade is just an excellent card, and we're going to see the effect of being activated to rank up into the Chaos version here of Nesh Knight. Oh. Yep, there it is. And then the next step, since the C104 is underneath, he can go into that Umbral Horror in attack position this time.
Pretty fearless, putting it in attack mode after we've seen lightning storms on the stream already, but let's just go for it. We haven't seen any from Tom just yet.
We're going to the end phase. Vanquish Soul start's going to set a Vanquish Soul trap, and it's going to be that Vanquish Soul Dust Devil, which can just be absolutely devastating on its own, not to mention all the other numerous numbers of interactions Julian has put up. And a pass, and now Tom is going to draw and see what kind of tools he has to work through this uphill battle here in the first game of our World Championship final. I feel like this smile has to be forced, but first up we have Fire Formation Tinky being activated. Let's see if this prompts Julian to do anything.
Okay, we're gonna read it. I mean, fair enough. You might not be too familiar with the card. And anyway, there is no time in the top cut. Are we really gonna respond to the tanky?
He is going to use the quick play spell here to turn this Ripper into a werewolf. There's a full moon.
Definitely an interesting decision. And that is it, actually. Yep. Tom has seen enough. Picking up his cards. Cannot do anything about this.
All right, a handshake from both these duelists showing nothing but respect for their opponent.
And it's gonna be main phase. Do we have anything from Julian? Not quite. It seems that we can enter the main phase.
There's some useful cards there. We'll see how Tom is going to navigate his hand in this matchup.
And Julian placing his cards on the field, but once more Foolish Burial Goods. I mean, having a read might as well, but it's pretty straightforward. And we are gonna use a shifter!
Is this the way the World Championship is gonna end, with a Dimension Shifter? The one of...
Wow!
Julian locked in, staring his opponent down. No emotion. He knows it could be good. He can't get too excited just yet, but this is a huge card here.
Incredible card, shutting down completely the Foolish Burial Goods. And now I think the plan must be, can we make maybe a Baguska? Can we hang in there somehow?
Would a Baguska even be enough? He's just going to dump the Serenade Dance to the Banishment, so down a card already.
That shifter absolutely devastating. It's been limited to one copy, and for very good reason. It's such a powerful card. Usually players, when it was at 3, everyone had their plan. What do I do if I get hit with this Dimension Shifter? But I think at one copy, it kind of falls out of your mind a bit. There's not really that many decks playing with it. but it's so devastating here. Just having your card get banished immediately, setting 3 and passing the turn.
Wow, it's a complete pass here from Tom. But can Julian find a way to play the game is the question. We see a lot of interruptions possibly from him. Can he have something? He passes back.
He passes back, no play from Julian. The Dimension Shifter is now over.
And here we go. You would take this trade for Tom. You've traded 1 card for the Shifter, but now you get a battle phase even on your
And it's a pass back. It's a pass back.
No way. What is going on in this final? Both duelists not really able to play in a top deck.
A Jokel. Does Tom have anything? It's the Black Coat last on the K9 Jokel. Keep them in the hand.
Yeah, take 1 extra turn is most likely gonna be a pass now from Julian. I guess it could technically go and normal, but
my goodness.
that's just a pass. Can Tom find anything?
Main phase 1, it's gonna be
It's
Foolish
Burial.
And this is gonna resolve.
That's a great card to start things off, possibly special summoning a Leo from deck, but let's see if Julian has a response. We could just send this Silver Hound.
He's having a good think. He's not going straight for the Silver Hand. Yes, he is going
It is
straight for
Silver
the Silver
Hound. Do
Hound.
we see a response? Ash Fuvalos. It is the Fuvalos.
Does Tom have a responsible Charming Falls? Does he have his signature card? He has the Ash Blossom
Yes, the
Joyous Spring.
Ash.
It's not the Call by the Grave, but it's at least going to stop Julian from drawing into more cards. And now this Silver Hound is going to special summon a Luna Light monster from the deck.
Gosh, what a game so far. Also got that Black Goat Laughs in the graveyard for some extra interruptions. Could check a potential Holly Sue, even if Julian picks one up.
What a game this has been, such a roller coaster of emotion. We thought it could have been all over just with that Dimension Shifter, but then a bit of miss luck from both sides, and now it's Tom who is playing Baramul Charmy Purulia to follow this up.
So he sent the Kaleido Chick, and then the Gold Leo was able to add the Kaleido Chick back to his hand. He really only has to special summon or summon a monster from his hand 1 time, but even 1 card when Julian doesn't have anything to really play with could mean everything. If Tom doesn't find a way to get to a Liger Dancer and end this game on this turn. But the normal summon comes down here from the Kaleido Chick. He basically just searched from his deck.
Important draw, and there are a lot of huge ones possibly from Julian.
That looked like an Izuna to me.
And he
it
draws
is.
into Izuna.
K9 Azuna is going to be activated here and special summon to the field.
Does Izuna do? You just activate the Black Goat, you call Lupus, you stay calm. That monster cannot use its effect after you've used the Black Goat
but you
Laughs.
must do it now, and Tom sees this line. He calls the Lupus, shutting down this play.
So he won't be able to Exceed summon here on Tom's turn. Now the Kaleido Chick
catch.
The Kaleido Chick is going to send a Luna Light monster from the deck to the graveyard to copy the name, and it's going to be Yellow Martin. Yellow Martin's going to return that Gold Leo to the hand to special summon itself. Now, where does he go from here? He has to take a lot of things into consideration. How can you do the most amount of damage with the least amount of summons? He's going to overlay these 2 monsters for rank 4. Is it going to be a Dugaris or a Brotherhood of the Fire Fist Tiger King to get access to Fire Formation Tinky? That is going to be the case.
Yeah, it has been a while since that card has been on a future match, but it does so much for this deck as it can get you into the rest of this engine.
Tom maybe asking if Julian can read German.
I think he's wondering about the lock from the Silver Hound, but the card that was locked from the Silver Hound was the Gold Leo that got returned to the hand, so he is able to overlay for this Xyz monster.
And yeah, just asking a bit about the effect. I mean, you do see a long text. In reality, the second part not so relevant at the moment, but you must be wondering. And I guess we are asking for a translation here from Julian, as fitting as it is. Tension when we saw that shifter, and now we're back into action. We can resolve this tanky and add something else to our end to push through.
Yep, here it is. Advantage to Tom right now. Gonna start resolving some effects. Very important that he can detach a material to get something in the graveyard if he needs to. Very important to remember to not summon too many monsters under that Molchami Perulia.
Adds the Black Sheep. Definitely wants to get that Yellow Marten back in the graveyard. Black Sheep will be used to add polymerization potentially from the deck to the hand. Does so much more than just that in the Lunalight strategy, but going to detach the Kaleido Chick, another one you're going to want to bring back from the graveyard as well.
And yeah, as mentioned, that detach is important, negating everything until the end of the opponent's turn, and now we can add the possibly polymerization. There it is, polymerization, not only relevant in this format, has been relevant also over in Duel Links.
Oh yeah, we talked about Monster Reborn being an old card. Polymerization is right up there with it.
Absolutely, it is.
Also, yeah, Raigeki as well.
Yeah, same set. Yeah, Lunalight Tiger bringing back that Kaleido Chick.
And now still so much that Tom can try to do. Also, we have absolutely no clue what those two face down were, but is it gonna be something else to extend the plays? Who knows? Could also be, I guess, yeah. Oh, but here comes Nibiru, the primal being. Is it now the correct time? That's what I'm wondering as well.
He has the Yellow Marten still that can come back by bouncing the Tiger, and that would result in...
Oh,
okay, he's going to change Book of Eclipse.
Book of Eclipse.
It's going to keep the Nibiru in hand. He can't tribute anything on the field.
Actually, this is so fitting because this is exactly the way in which he lost his final. He lost the final to Samir with this exact play of the Book of Eclipse. And when I say you learn from your losses, this is exactly what I mean. Doesn't get much more poetic than this, does it?
Now the Perfume Dancer is going to add a Lunalight Perfume. The Yellow Marten was used as a material, so it's going to add back the polymerization from the graveyard. The Yellow Marten is still stuck underneath that Tiger King, though, so he's going to have to find a way to get that in the graveyard if he wants to utilize the Tiger again. But the Perfume Dancer also has that additional effect that can return a Lunalight card back to your hand, so he already has an opportunity to use that Tiger again. Lunalight Perfume is going to bring back the Kaleido Chick to the field, ready to use its effect yet again, putting another fusion monster into the graveyard. We can't quite see what it is.
Yeah, I mean, I can only assume it's the Leo Dancer to then get into the Liger Dancer possibly just a few moments from now. And it should be pretty easy to do, and that's gonna be a lot of damage, and I don't see how Julian can stop it.
Yeah, here comes the Wolf. Nibiru already used. It's got a... You're right, Marcelli, that what cards are there that are going to deal with a field this threatening? Got to have all those monsters in the graveyard. I mean, can't see all of it now, but it's tough to imagine.
3 of them are also known, because we know double Joggle is in the end, and then one is Nibiru, only one more card, which means those Vanquish will not do anything. And I'm pretty sure, as we can see here, we are gonna get into that final fusion. The Liger Dancer, we might be moments away from getting into a game 3 here, as we are able to just completely disrupt the field. And once again,
the Kaleido Chick was banished, so it won't be able to activate anything during the battle phase. Gonna destroy those special summon monsters.
And
attack,
that is
attack! And we're going to a game number 3!
Wow!
The final handshake of the World Championship. The players are going to draw their last hands. Julian will be starting off this duel.
Yeah, that Vanquish Soul Canine deck is so intimidating to play against going first, and we're looking at that hand, and it looks absolutely perfect for Julian. All the Vanquish Souls, all the Canine monsters. Can Tom say anything about it?
It's so promising, but we have talked about that little sneaky 0 attack, 0 defense, level 1 wind monster spellcaster. Is it gonna be there? Do we see the drawn and lock? But we start things off with Olisu.
So definitely being able to play here, the hand already better than in game number 2. And he also has Stake Your Soul, revealing a dark monster here in Dr. Madlove.
Not quite the fire you usually prefer to open with, but it's gonna be good enough to bring out the Borga.
Yeah, absolutely everything Julian could need right now. Maybe gonna go into this line where you search and then you have Heavy Borga already on the field to draw an extra card if you get hit by Drawn Lock Bird. Very heads-up play, having seen Tom already play it in the previous semi-final.
But we do have Razen and we have the Fire Monster, Water Hand, all of the different Vanquished Soul as mentioned.
Is there a Mole Charmy?
Almost certainly not a Mole Charm. He's already activated Stake Your Soul. Let's see what Julian has to do.
Next up, what does he have?
Here comes Jialong. Does he have a way to get another fire monster into his hand? He has got a Razen already. Here comes Case for K9. This is going to be the first time he adds a card to his hand. Will there maybe be a draw on Lockbird for Tom?
But at the same time, we had a chance here to stop the Drawn and Lock with the Ripper if we wanted, I guess. So let's see, even if that is going to be the case. There was a different line possibly for Julian, but not quite. We are not going to see any response at all from Tom until this point.
Tom is now picking up his hand. What kind of interaction does he have? Does he have anything in response to Mad Love?
This might be some mind game, because of course we are about to be on 5 salmon, so Nibiru, the primal being, should be a consideration. You do not know if it's in the deck at all from Tom.
Vanquished Soul start is going to add a copy of Zhao Long from the deck to the hand.
Yeah, this is an absolutely incredible opening hand for Julian. All engine, all gas, no brakes. Gonna search another card with Jialong, presumably gonna be able to search the trap.
You can do so much, but the question here is, do you play around this Nibiru? Of course, we can start things off revealing both Fire Monster, adding yet another card. Sometimes he has gone for the Snow Devil right away, foregoing the Vanquished Soul start effect, but is he gonna do it again? Definitely gonna take a lot from Tom to break this field, and it is Julian playing it safe, just adding directly the Vanquished Soul Snow Devil, and then most likely we are gonna see the Reaper as the 5th summon.
Yeah, it has to be a bit scary when your opponent's got so many resources at their disposal that they're choosing to search this backup card that you could have just searched anyway in the end phase. Just that insurance, it's terrifying. Your opponent thinks they've just got everything already.
Indeed. But makes a lot of sense. Julian playing as well as he can, getting the Lantern now, which can get the Force released even though your opponent is not activating a monster effect.
Going to send that Dr. Madlove to the graveyard for a Link Summon for Rock of the Vanquisher. The Rock of the Vanquisher is going to add back the Holly Sue from the graveyard to the hand.
And now is it time for Jokul? I believe we have not used the draw effect from Borger yet.
Yeah, I think the Borger's just been sat there. Maybe Julian says, I'm just going to search as much as I possibly can first, and then maybe draw into something that I couldn't have searched otherwise, rather than just drawing at the beginning of the turn.
Yeah, I also think that Stake Your Soul was kind of just an Ash Blossom check, trying to get Tom to use it, as it wouldn't have stopped anything else that he has really going on here.
Of course, it was, as you've mentioned, a great bluff also, because he didn't reveal the Razen on purpose. You know, he revealed the Dark so that maybe your opponent thinks, okay, you don't have Razen, I might use an interruption, but not quite the case here.
And those are really the skills you can have to make it to the World Championship, knowing how to do things like that to change the perception of your opponent with the cards in your hand based upon how you play them and in the order in which you do so.
Oh, he did reveal Razan for Hollysu at the beginning of the turn.
True.
That was the first thing he did, I think.
Next up, what is he going to do after this shuffle is over with?
There goes the reveal.
He's just going to show him his whole hand.
I mean,
He knows
not
them
many
all?
times. I mean, fair enough, but yeah, you revealed the entire hand, as you can see from Tom. Gonna get a fresh draw, and then we might get into those Nash Knights that have been, you know, consistently applying pressure on Julian's side of the field throughout the entire weekend.
Yeah, was that maybe even a draw and lockbird off the top?
I kind of thought it was the
looked
same
like it.
thing.
Yeah.
Yeah, I had that same thought.
I had the same feeling, but that would just be...
That would be devastating. That
Yeah,
card is
cherry
very,
on top.
very good against Luna Light, but we're not sure if that is the card he drew indeed. But Nesh Knight
Yep.
coming down here, it's going to rank up into the Chaos version, attaching the number C104 so he can special summon out number C104, Umbral Horror Masquerade.
And indeed, that is the case.
The case for K9 also
Yeah.
being destroyed here.
Getting the first release. We have seen this exact opening in the past from Julian. He's gonna get the Heavy Burger back to the end during the end phase. Sets yet another card. Obviously, that's no devil. And I think, yeah, he's triple checking. Have I done everything right? And yes, oh, you are right, guys. It was indeed the card we feared must have stopped and
But
might have stopped Julian.
If there's someone in this tournament who's played tons of going second cards, we've seen Dark Ruler Normar, we've seen Book of Eclipse, and Tom's key card, we've seen him draw so much this weekend,
Yes.
Called by the Grave. He has the opportunity to have plenty of cards in his hand to break through this board, but it's an uphill battle here from
Yeah.
the beginning.
I feel like those evenly matched from, you know, back in the previous future matches might be helpful, but I don't think Tom is running any of those in his deck.
I see Willie in the front row. Maybe he could lend him one of those evenly matches
Yeah,
out of the deck.
throw one at Tom.
He's going to need it. He's going to need a combination of cards here, but he didn't have any responses during the turn, so there's a chance that a lot of his cards in hand are these going second options.
Look at this, 6 cards in hand from Julian, a full field of threatening interruptions. Can Tom pull this miracle off?
This would be a miracle. Let's see how he's going to start things off. He's going to need something useful. Dealing with the Umbral Horror is going to be huge, so Dark Ruler No More would be a start. Does he have it? Does he have Book of Eclipse? Does he have Heavy Polymerization? Does he have Luna Light cards? It's going to be Fualos.
Oof, which, I mean, it's devastating because it's most likely, you know, the card he just picked up per turn. It might have made a lot of a difference if it was in the first 5.
The next card's Foolish Burial, so no board-breaking cards just yet.
And also, it doesn't really do all that much because Foolish Burial Goods might have helped, but you have the Reaper ready to put in check anything that is going to be sent to the graveyard.
Julian with 6 cards in the hand, 2 cards face down. The Vanquish will start in the Field Spell Zone, and going to send Yellow Martin, so he'll be able to activate the effect to add a Luna Light spell.
But I mean, this seems to me just like it's an easy card that you might as well negate. I mean, it's completely free.
The only card maybe you're thinking of for Julian are those triple tactics cards. Can you wait as long as possible, maybe just stop Tom from having any possible outs? But I agree with you, Marcello. Let's just negate something. Maybe he just wants to resolve his draw on Lockbird as his first monster effect.
Yeah.
Tom's key card all weekend has been Called by the Grave. He's going to need it here if Julian does in fact have Droll and Lockbird.
Can we find the Call by the Grave? Because we might be moments away from dropping that Spellcaster monster from Julian. Are we gonna see it?
Nope, there it is.
It's gonna be Droll and Lockbird.
And you see Tom look at this guy. An amazing opening and an absolutely devastating blow. That card losing popularity this weekend is why Luna Light was a great pick, but Julian's smart enough to include Droll and Lockbird in his side deck.
He has mentioned he tried to include cards that could cut a lot of other decks, maybe not using those Artifact Lancia, but just trying it out. And now, after the Droll and Lock resolves, Tom is able to continue.
Looks like the judges are just having a quick discussion with our players, but play will be continued here shortly. Not sure what this discussion is quite about just yet.
Makes a lot more sense. And just asking about this Lunalight Fusion full text, which for anyone too unfamiliar with, allows you to use extra deck materials if your opponent controls a monster special summon from the extra deck.
But it's just one extra deck material,
Only
right?
So
one.
if he has 3 Lunalight monsters in his hand, he could use the Leo Dancer plus 3 Lunalights to summon Liger Dancer, which would be unaffected by all of these cards that Julian has.
That would be amazing.
There's a little scary possibility for Julian, but no real way to stop this Lunalight Fusion as far as I know, so
Yep.
I just have to deal with it.
Not at all, but in that case, I mean, if Tom ever gets a, a way out because of that, I think Julian is gonna think about not using that Reaper for a long time. Do we have?
One.
It's
just
only
one.
one. It seems like no. Inner Dancer coming down.
And being the Perfume Dancer won't be enough. Maybe you can go into Leo Dancer, but no, if he only uses one, he can't even go into Leo Dancer. Because yeah, Perfume Dancer won't do anything really, because that Droll and Lockbird is just going to lock him out of being able to add Lunalight Perfume. The Silverhound will be able to special summon from the deck since it was sent to the graveyard by card effect. So he's going to opt to use a monster from his deck instead of the extra deck, since it is only going to be 2 materials here. It's looking like.
Yeah,
Maybe the Emerald Bird.
that's rough. Has to mean that we don't have many monsters in hand because we can't add cards. We cannot get that, perfume.
Yeah, that Droll and Lockbird is the last thing Tom wanted to see without having any interruptions. The Fuwalo's probably being that 6th card on the top of his deck, just brutal.
And it's even one more card that doesn't do anything now that Droll and Lock is there. You don't even get those extra draws with the force release.
You didn't have to remind me about that. Brutal. All right, Julian waiting to see what is going to happen here from this chain link from the card effects that were sent for this fusion summon.
We just have everything available. As you can see, Izuna is there. Olisu is there. It's not only the field that we must worry about. Every interruption in the end is available from Julian. How can Tom pull this miracle off?
Yeah, he's going to be able to get some monsters with the Emerald Bird summoning back from the graveyard. The Silverhound can summon from the deck, but I just don't know if it's going to be enough. He also still has the Yellow Martin in the graveyard, which can summon itself back by returning a Lunalight card.
Yeah, is there a way? Can this be a Kaleido Chick? Maybe with the last card in hand being something like a wolf. So difficult though to figure out.
But now we access this Lunalight Tiger, usually, placed in the Pendulum Zone. This time is gonna make an appearance in the main monster zone.
This is the first time, we've seen Lunalight Tiger there in the main monster zone. Kind of funny.
Does the bird add it to the hand? Oh, Martin's going to add it back to the hand, I guess, is the idea. But is Martin going to get through the Humble Horror Masquerade or any of the thousands of interruptions seemingly on Julian's side? Or just the Perfume Dancer can add it back?
I mean, this is really sort of heartbreaking in a way. Such amazing duels from both sides throughout all of this weekend, but now we are down to this remaining one, and Tom seems like he's just fighting an uphill battle.
So the Umbral Horror is going to negate effect. It's going to take a random card out of Tom's hand and have his life points.
That is quite the interruption right there.
And let's take a look at this die
Let
roll.
the dice decide. It's going to be 2-3, the middle card.
Oh, wow.
But
he
it's
can't
tough,
even
but
use
you
it.
can't use it when your life points are this low.
Those life points are already have. The Umbral Horror Masquerade, just an excellent card against heavy polymerization, unironically.
Wow.
Does he? This is just, I don't know.
I don't know what Tom might come up with. This has to be absolutely tough. We can bounce back the Tiger, but here comes the forced release, which is gonna upgrade the Ripper into the Werewolf and then destroy it back to the extra deck.
The full moon rises. Ripper turns into a werewolf.
2 more cards in hand, and if you activate any of them, the Werewolf can get rid of it. And there it is, gonna show the full hand from Tom. What is he gonna reveal?
Thrust in Lunalight Perfume? Oh, but Droll and Lockbird.
Neither of them do anything,
That
Droll
doesn't
and
do
Lockbird
anything.
stops both of these cards. The Thrust won't be able to add. The Lunalight Perfume won't be able to add.
And we are down to the last effect in this Tiger.
Gonna bring back the Yellow Martin with the Tiger. And Julian has the Dust.
Yeah, there's no Devil is there, as well as Ollie Sue, so still the interruption have not ended for Julian. And here comes Ollie Sue.
And that's it!
And the handshake is there! Wow! Julian Keon is your 2025 TCG World Champion! Look what it means to him!